Hello everybody, and welcome. Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. My name's Ristretto, and welcome on in. Tonight we're going to be playing some Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate to start off with. We've got some challenges lined up to belatedly celebrate some chat members' birthdays. Where's the hair? It's in here. It's just like oily and gross now because I haven't washed it in a day or two. I had the hair out on stream a couple days ago, and folks, I guess folks remembered that I had it out the other day. Oh, I hope you guys had a nice day or two. I took yesterday night off. I'm starting to take Thursdays off to work on some writing and to spend some time with Annie, and it's been pretty nice. Hello, camera. Hi. There we go. New name, new style. I'll try and wear my hair down more often. It's something I've thought about doing for years, but like, I don't know. I was often like working on my feet or like in service jobs, like hands-on the whole time, and it was like really rough to have hair like tied up or out in any real way, so that's like a cop-out. I just like having it up in a hat too, but I don't know. Now that I don't have to work an hourly job, it's nice to get to have it down somewhere. You saw me at Shepard's stream? Yeah. While I was working the other day, I hung out in Shepard's chat for a little while, which is pretty funny. It's pretty fun to do. I like their chat. Their chat is, their chat's quite the experience. What monster we're going to tackle? Well, Mellow is here, and we didn't finish Mellow's challenge, so I think we're going to warm up with Chaotic Gore, which should be interesting. And after that, we have a couple other hunts lined up. See, like, y'all think Chaotic Gore as a warm-up is messed up? We have to solo Apex Devil Joe after that. That's our next challenge lined up, is either Apex Devil Joe solo or Gugmazio solo. So we've really got some tough stuff to do tonight. We'll see how we do. I'm feeling pretty good. I just took a nap. Took a nap a little bit ago. I don't know. I had a nice day today. It was kind of busy at work, but like I said, I got a nap. I have some fizzy water and some coffee here with me. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys some beans. I'm gonna take a moment to say hello to you guys. So, welcome in, Mellow. Welcome, Full Metal Dragon. See, like, this is the stuff I was asked to do. I was asked to do Chaotic Gore Magala and Apex Double Joe and Gogmazios and Eucanlos and Sinister Astronomy with Bo. Anyways, we'll get to it. We'll try our best. If we get too burnt out, if it's too hard, or if we get too tired tonight, we'll just play some Cozy GU. That's what we were doing the last couple nights, and it felt pretty nice, so we'll get to it. Hey, Game God Hunter. Marth Tip, welcome, welcome. Must do the Apex Double Joe event, no Master's Test cop-outs. Is there any other option besides the event and Master's Test? I don't think there is there? Welcome, Biotech. Welcome to Foodus. You legitimately think Apex Joe is too much? I guess we'll see. It's with Sword and Shield, so like it could be worse. Hey, Penguinzilla. Yeah, Lord Castellian's request is nice. Their request is just do the easiest monster you can find with the most busted gear you can find. Good to know, Marks. Thanks. Yeah, we're not going to do Master's Test. We'll do the event. Or at least we'll try the event. Who else is here? Yeah, props on killing the early Glavenus Ninja Frog. I've never actually killed an early intruding like story monster like that before. Yeah, welcome Lord Castellian as well. Okay, I think I said hi to everybody. If I missed anybody, I didn't mean to. Welcome and happy Friday. Also, thank you to D-Locked for subbing while I was off stream last night. That's really kind. That doesn't happen very often, so thank you very much. Cheers. That means, like, it means a lot whenever anybody subs, but, like, to sub when I'm not even streaming, that's just, like, thank you. Hey, Ravioli, welcome. All right, let's go ahead. Let's jump on over to the game here. If this was Bizarro World Ristretto stream, this would be a common occurrence. It's the anti-risk request. Oh, your birthday request? Yeah, it is a little bit different, isn't it? I think we're gonna listen to this music while we attempt Chaotic Gore. I know Gore's music is really good too, but I like the 10th anniversary playlist. I have noticed something about my days working at home where I need to be careful about like taking a break to eat, because otherwise I'll just keep working, and then it'll be like 4 or 5 in the afternoon and I'll be like, time for lunch. And Annie will be like, time for dinner in an hour. And I'll be like, oh, darn. You hope I win? Thanks, Game God. All right, you guys should have game sound now. Today I had kind of a fun thing happen where Fallison asked me to choose some music that I was sentimental about. Just any song I had connection to. And so oh, you guys probably don't have game sound. I'm sorry, it's muted. There we go. Now you do. I spent like at least an hour of my day today going through my music library and like thinking back over like 10 plus years of songs I've liked from when I was like 13 until now. It was fun. I listened and thought through a bunch of music I had not thought about in a really long time. Hey, Cursed Blessing, welcome. All right, let me get my Charge Blade set out. Hey Jack, welcome. Happy Friday. Ninja Frog said that they had killed the early intruding Glavinus in the last day or two. Any of y'all had anything cool happen, feel free and share. Or, I mean, just, it doesn't have to be cool, but I don't know. I've been thinking about this a little bit recently, where it's kind of hard to get to know y'all while I'm like here playing video games. So when I do get to learn stuff about y'all, it's fun. Even if it is just what kind of Monster Hunter you like playing. Played a good chunk of For You today. It was pretty fun doing all the low rank advanced quests. Low rank advanced quests, is that in Village? That's kind of like high rank light. So if you do it in low rank gear, it's pretty rough, yeah? You beat Millennia? Dude! Jack, how did that go? That's insane. I didn't get a chance to stop by and watch any. Just posted something in the art sharing portion of my Discord. Let me take a look. I want to see it. So you did. Aw. How? So 3D printed. This looks just like one of the figure builder figures. Wow. That's really cool. I thought you like repainted a figure builder figure. That's how official that looks. Here, I'm going to pull this up on stream. So Full Metal Dragon made this. They 3D printed this. That's super cool. 3D printers are so cool. I have no reason to get a 3D printer. Someday I would like to, though. I mean, you probably did paint it too. You can't 3D print stuff like that. But like the actual model part looks like you just like took an actual official figure builder. Looks like Stories colors. It does a little bit. That looks so cool. Nice job. Wow. Hey, Wings of Woe is there. Is Wings of Woe the one we want? I think it is. It's not Plague Awoken, is it? I can't remember. Why can't I remember this? Dad 3D printed the model, a professional artist painted it. That's super cool. This is the big, okay, good. Thank you, Jack. I can never remember. Oh, hey, we got the good spawn, too. Oh, no, Generations has already corrupted me. I was just trying to hold down the A button. Tisk. For shame. Hi, the Digit Artist. Happy Friday. Well, now even if we triple card, at least we get some cool ore and stuff. It's better than nothing. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Full Metal Dragon. That's really cool. That's really cool. All right. I missed. There we go. So this should be an interesting contrast because the first night we tried this, it was our first night of coming back to Monster Hunter. Since then, we've played a week of Monster Hunter, a week plus of Monster Hunter. Basically 2 at this point. So it should be interesting to see how we do. Bummer, that bounce kept me from guard pointing. Whoops. No stagger. Oof. If that had connected with his head and not his chest, I think we might have either gotten a stagger or a KO. It's a learning experience. Yeah, it definitely is, Game God. Both this quest, which we've cleared before with this weapon, but also just coming back to Monster Hunter in general. Low rank village, so low rank village and the low rank hub advanced. That's fun. I really like that. That's something that I hope that they include, not just like as event quests, but just going forward in the series. I really like when there are outliers, clearly labeled outliers in terms of difficulty in each individual rank. Like, hey, these monsters are statted up in one way or another. Good luck. Like, I think that's just cool. I don't think they need to be required, but I think it's cool. This is so metal. I'm gonna have to play pretty safely. That's the thing, is like, in order to safely land AEDs and SADs on this guy, we're gonna have to learn a lot, or we're gonna have to be really careful. Probably a little bit of both. Remober, could you like not? God, what assholes. Hey, Monstropolis just raided us. Thanks, Mons. Welcome, folks. Hello, Undies. Hello, Trackstar. Hello, Mons. How you doing? Playing old school RuneScape. I don't know anything about RuneScape, truly. How you doing, Mons? How you doing, Raiders? There's our stagger. Was your first time? Oh, that must be interesting. That strikes me as the kind of game where like it's actually pretty difficult to get into for the first time nowadays because it's so old and so many people have so many memories with it, right? Yeah, we're doing some challenge requests across the different Monster Hunter games to celebrate folks' belated birthdays tonight. And right now we're working on Chaotic Gormagala with Charge Blade in 4U. Whoops. shoot. Going too hard, dude. Going too hard. We're up against a pretty difficult scaled up version of Chaotic Gormagala right now. And Undies, thank you for the follow. And Frenchie, thank you for the sub. Thank you for very many months of subs. Nodders to you too. Whoops. It was exactly a month ago. We're celebrating anybody's birthday who had a birthday between February and May because we weren't playing Monster Hunter then. Normally we do Monster Hunter requests like right around when people have their birthdays. But because we were playing Elden Ring, I wasn't playing much Monster Hunter at the time. I took down a big list of people's birthdays. Thank you, Frenchie, and enjoy months. Dude, that's insane. Well, Mons, I hope you had fun with RuneScape. And I hope your birthday last month was good. I hope you got to do something you enjoyed on your special day. Yeah, that's really kind of you, Frenchie. Oh, Gore has come down. I think we're going to need another attempt on this Gore. We're warming up with Chaotic Gore because the other attempts, the other things that we have to do tonight are things like Apex Devil Joe and Sinister Astronomy with Bow. So we'll see how we do. Damage is insane. All right, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. Not Sinister Astronomy. I've already informed Fog. Fog MP requested that, and I told them, like, we're not finishing that. I'll try it for like an hour or so for your birthday, because happy birthday. If you want to see me die with Bow, I will die with Bow. But I told them, we're not finishing that. Brian and G had a request in Freedom Unite that was, so this is a G Freedom Unite event. It was Nargacuga, Tigrex, Black Gravios, Black Diablos, and Rajang in 50 minutes. And it was like, that's like a you practice for like a month plus kind of thing. But we tried it for a little bit and then we moved on. All right, do not guard point these. Missed the timing on that. Oops. This is kind of weird positioning. Oh no, the IO prey. You know what? Excuse me, sir. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. This quest is so ramped up, it's insane how much he does damage on a weak attack. Yeah, and this isn't like unupgraded armor or something. In G rank, I don't mess around with armor upgrades. This is like as far as we can get this particular set. No shame. I like getting to the point where we're up against tough enough stuff that I have absolutely zero shame about going and like just running away to the bed. Those are fun quests. Is he leaving again? That's probably for the best. Hi, Fog. Welcome. Watching without audio. What is that? Can y'all see that? I've never seen that. That's so helpful. I'm like overjoyed. That's so cool. You are watching without video? Oh my god, I really appreciate those. That's so helpful to me. And to you guys, I guess. Thank you, Twitch. Oh, wait, you do have audio? It's just a dumb badge you can pick? Oh, that's less helpful. Now people can just troll with it. I thought it was like an automatic thing where like if you chose the audio only or if you chose the video only, it would like automatically display that. And it's like, that's awesome, thank you. Now people just get to be assholes. Never mind, Twitch. I take it back. Probably should have taken a Nullberry. Uh-oh. Ooh, right, the tremors. I forgot about that. That's super weird. Is that like a new setting that Twitch added today or something? I'd never seen that before. Also, welcome, I'm a person. If I missed saying hello to anybody, I didn't mean to. I think it was today. If there was like a post about that on Twitter, I missed it. Not even the explosion did that. It was just... it was just like him reeling back to shoot the explosion hit us for that much damage. That's absurd. This guy does not mess around. That was supposed to be charging files. Well, let's try again. I didn't realize, so I'm usually way far away from him when he does that move, where he has a special version when he's in that state, where he stands up on his back legs like he just did there, and he fires a big explosion, right? And it goes out in all directions. And I figured that it probably went out in both directions away from him. Like normally, like he goes forward and he goes left and right. And I thought it did those all at once. I didn't know it came back towards him like that too. That's cool to learn. You have wonderful news. Welcome, Hyper Apex Regios. What's your news? Welcome, C4 Dwarf. Revisited this game and Gunlance was kicking your butt. Anyone confident in their Gunlance build and playstyle and want to share? Gunlance is kind of flexible in this game, but it's a little funky for sure. That's a Charmer 2 slot with... That's a Charmer 7 2 slot. That's nice. That is a good thing, Hyper Apex Regios. I'm glad to hear it. Anytime you can make any sort of change that's going to lead to like maybe a better life balance or a better life situation, that's real good. Props to you. It's okay, Fog. Thanks for at least letting us know about it, I guess. Let's see, C4 Dwarf. My best recommendation is don't think of it like if you're coming to this game from one of the newer games, don't think of it like you need to really invest really heavily into only one type of shelling. You want to still have some Gunlance specific skills like artillery or razor sharp or guard, but with Gunlance in this game, you don't have to like focus in on only one type of shelling or one shelling's combo or anything. You can do some pokes, you can do some melee attacks, you can do some wyvern fire, some charged shells, some single shells. To me, what feels really good about this game's Gunlance is it's pretty quick and snappy. And you've got a lot of different options for combos out of a guard or running towards the monster or whatever. Like running towards the monster, for example, you can charge in and let your charge hit and then shell and then kind of go into a guard or a reload. Or you can run in, and while you're running in, you can cancel it into a shell. A lot of those things are still in the newer games, but in this game, it feels like all of them are at least decent with damage, so it feels like you can kind of mix and match all the little moves, depending on what you need. As far as what set, what's my Gunlance set like? You can do Evade Window in this game. Evade 3 in this game is very strong for both Gunlance, but particularly for Lance. This is a G-rank Gunlance set that has some artillery, has a little bit of guard, it has Evade Extender. I find Evade Extender very helpful for Gunlance because it means you can move around a lot easier with hops. Gunlance is a little bit slow and movement constrained in this game without forward hop, and yeah, it definitely helps having Evade Extender. And then Honed Blade is, I think, attack up large and sharpness +1. It's really good. There's nowhere to sit down. Well, that will probably change with time. Moving is not much fun, though. Moving is not much fun. This was a set that we made specifically to solo Gogmazios with Gunlance, which was a really weird set, but is an example of some of the things you can cram into a Gunlance set in this game, even without using like a crazy set. This is Artillery Expert, Challenger 2, Adrenaline 1 just was built in, Razor Sharp, and Evade Extender. But yeah, my advice would be like, probably play around with both guard skills and evasion skills, both evasion plus, like where you get more iframes in your hops, and evade extender, where you actually move around a little more, especially that one. I especially recommend playing around with evade extender. Play around with those skills and see what makes the weapon feel a little better to you, but then also don't be afraid to use essentially all your moves. Even if you're, I mean, I probably wouldn't do a full burst with wide shelling where you only have 2 shells, but outside of that, I don't know, go wild. I feel like you can kind of make anything work. I don't know if I'd charge normal shells, but even still, just kind of go wild. You can use all the moves, and they're all decent. It's less about trying to make sure you're doing the optimal Gunlance combo and more about being able to use all those different little moves to fit any kind of opening that tons of different types of monsters give you. And I really like that about old Gunlance. Thanks, Mello. Let me see if we have that Chaotic Gore up again. We'll try it again. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that, Hyper Apex Regios. I'm sorry if you were going through a rough time before that. Gunlance in this game, this is my favorite Gunlance, I think. I really like some other versions too, but I think this game has my favorite Gunlance. We did not get the really tough Chaotic Gore. We'll cycle the quest a bit. Gunlance run on Chaotic Gore? No, we're gonna do it with Charge Blade, because that's what Mello wanted to see for their birthday. I really do like Gunlance though. Gunlance on Chaotic Gore would be fun too. Later on tonight, we have, maybe we'll run back Gogmazio solo with Gunlance, or not, we'll see. The other requests we have for tonight are Apex Devil Joe with Sword and Shield, which I'm very much not confident about, and Gogmazio solo with any weapon. So we'll see what we end up getting to tonight. First thing is to try and finish this Chaotic Gore. Oh, you meant after on any hunt? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing some Gunlance after this. Thanks for the follow, C4 Dwarf. It's always nice to meet other people who are enjoying Monster Hunter. Hi Kazuki, you've been doing lots of deviants? Nice. I hope you've been having fun, and I hope they've been good challenges. Hi Ken. Happy Friday. How you doing? What Y-Stones would you be thinking of bringing to Apex Devil Joe? Martz, to be honest with you, I don't remember how Y-Stones work. I know that you have to keep them up to deal damage, but I don't remember how they all work. I don't remember anything about any of the zones on any of the monsters. So it's going to be an interesting learning experience. Hi, Palmetto. Yeah, welcome in. Friday ended a long time ago for you? Don't need to be sad. It's the weekend then. If monsters say no to your Y-Stone windows, it's time to wait again? Cool. No Wings of Woe. Be right back, quest lady. For you, Riss, tonight I would just apply one at a time. I've never doubled them up. I've always favored the staggered approach. Like, I've literally never doubled them up. I know you can, but I've never felt that confident against any of the Apexes. Read the descriptions of the Y stones. I'll read the descriptions again. It's more so just like it's been so long, and I cleared all of the Apexes, sort of. Cleared most of them solo. Devil Joe was only in Master's Test, I think. But I've cleared all of them at least once. Been playing Daemon X Machina. I like that game's aesthetic. Welcome, Walk on the Sun. Not made it to Y stones in your 4U run yet? That is okay. That is just fine. It's made by former Armored Core devs? I didn't know that. Tiring day, but the class portion of training's done. Start job training on Sunday. Nice. Man. Sunday, huh? No weekend there. I hope if you have a day off tomorrow, it's relaxing. I'm glad it's going well. This week's been pretty busy for me too, at my work. I'm still kind of getting used to my new job, I think. First time on Apex Joe at Master's Test. We also did Master's Test. What did we, I think we did Master's Test in high rank gear. Because you can technically access it from high rank. I think we did that. I can't remember. We did it with we only did it with one Y stone. What's my new job? I get to work remote now. And I send out email, like I work at a small company that makes mechanical keyboards, and I get to send email out for them. It's like, some of it's just like regular, like, what's my order, but some of it's like actually like back and forth questions and conversations and stuff about keyboards, which is cool. I'm not like a huge keyboard nut, but like I like tech a lot, so I'm happy about it. Why would I do that? Because we wanted to. About Master's Test, that is. Okay. This is not where I need to be. I need to be at the Elder Hall. I'll get there, Uchi. Just hope your job training goes by quickly so you can start your bid schedule. Go from 2 days off to 3 days. Cool. I don't understand exactly how that works. Still don't have the quest. This is frustrating, but it's okay. At least we have good music. But yeah, essentially the company I'm working for has me on like kind of an extended training for a couple months, where they actually just like have me do the job for a few months, and then if they like me, they keep me on. Well, really, it's if I do the job well enough. Gonna bleed all my potions. You get a mega potion back, so you actually don't lose any potions from this. You deliver a mega potion, and then you receive a mega potion in return. Oh, the bagpipe song. Pick the schedule to work, but can't work that schedule until training's done. Gotcha. Gotcha. Which game is this music from? So this is actually a special 10th anniversary playlist. This is official Monster Hunter music, but it's like covers of songs that Capcom commissioned for the 10th anniversary. This is called Setting Off Wind, and it's actually from this game. But it's a cover. Super good stuff. There's a lot of really neat Monster Hunter albums that are out there that aren't necessarily from any individual game. There's like some jazz albums. There's a disco album. There's a metal album. There's like a bunch of cool spin-off albums. We listen to them quite a bit here. Would I play Fortnite if Rathlos was in it? I don't play Smash Bros, if that tells you anything. I mean, like, I like Smash Bros, I like watching it, but I'm not interested in playing it, even though it's got Rathlos in it. Same thing for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not interested in playing competitive shooters. I don't know. I don't really like games that are, like, person versus person very much. Get me in bad mindsets. Sorry for the quest cycling. The quest that we want to do only shows up some of the time. So we have to cycle it out by doing these. Hey, Basil Boy. That's badass. Love that Capcom did that. The DLC music in Rise had solid remixes. Yep. Can't wait for the next full Monster Hunter cover album. What if Rakibushi was a tease? That'd be sick. I've been thinking about that. We haven't gotten like I mean, we've gotten orchestra concerts consistently, but we haven't gotten special cover albums or special anniversary albums or anything for a while now. I don't think we've had one since World came out. Playing GU makes you want to jump back in. GU solo was rough, especially when rusty. Just start a fresh character. There's plenty of stuff to de-rust on. Yeah, if you were jumping into the endgame of it, I'm sure it's nuts. Jumping into the endgame of any of these games feels really tough if you haven't been playing them for a while. Like, jumping into this feels tough to me. That's something I like about this series, is that there's... My god, dude. There's enough nuance and difference between them all that you really have to practice your way up to being super proficient for some of the toughest challenges in each of them. Which is nice. It means that it's kind of, I guess it's a mixture of nice and disheartening, because you come back and you're like, man, I suck again. But then at the same time, it's like, I get to learn these tough fights again. Like, it's like, I get to play the game again. I don't know. For me, learning is like one of my favorite parts. And so having to relearn it is like, oh man, I get to learn it again. I get to suck all over again. We are having really horrendous luck with this, though. All right, the coffee is gone. And for fizzy water. I mean, don't get me wrong, C4 Dwarf, it's frustrating when you're like, man, I used to do this hunt so well, and now I suck. Like, I've definitely finished this quest before with Charge Blade, the one we're working on, and it's just tough. But, I don't know. It's nice to at least keep that in mind. Even if I know I don't always feel like it. I don't always feel like, yay, I get to suck again. But, like, I don't know. I do think about it at the same time a lot of the time. You get to grind Silverwind all the way up to EX again. Some of the grinds aren't necessarily like, oh boy, I get to do it. Like low rank, I know a lot of people feel like with GU, they're like, oh boy, low rank village. Again, like, I get to do more Prowler gathering. Like, not everything is like, oh boy, but I don't know. It's when it comes to the tough stuff. Man, we still don't have it. This is ridiculous. This is like one of the worst streaks we've been on, I think. I got you, Ken, yeah. I understand that. That's one thing I don't think this series, I don't know if I would say this series is like disrespectful of your time. There's nothing that feels like it's like designed to just take up time without being fun or without giving you opportunity to express yourself or learn. But it's not necessarily a quick game, any of them. Do you need to complete Prowler quests in order to get the Hayabusa feather? No. I think there are some quest lines, like, you know how the game has lots of different, like, well, you do these 3 quests and then it unlocks this one, and after you do that one, it unlocks another one. There are some quest paths that have Prowler required ones, I think. Like an anime protagonist at the start of a new arc. I think that comparison's kind of funny. Like, I always thought Ash Ketchum was kind of dumb because he like he never grew up and he kept starting over. Now it's just me with Monster Hunter. Please, no, we don't have it. What a jerk this game's being. That's a mod I would take. Whenever 4 Ultimate Complete comes out from Incognito Man in like 15 years, I want no more cycling quests. Screw this, dude. I was like, you know, I don't know if I would say these games don't respect your time. Yeah, no, these games don't waste your time at all. Hi, Nox. Hi, Gog, welcome. We might do your request tonight. I don't know if you're around, because I know you're busy, but I think we might do Gog solo tonight. Right now we're working on, cycling in the chaotic gore for Charge Blade. We listening to different music? Just Monster Hunter stuff. We might even go in-game later, but just Monster Hunter stuff. I just had this tribute album on before the stream started, and I like this album a lot. Hello, Aetham Wolf. You're watching without video right now on mobile. Don't think you can set the no video tag. That's funny. So those tags, I thought those tags updated automatically, and I was really excited about it because I thought it meant that like if somebody had their video off or if someone was listening without audio, it would just automatically tell me. But it's like a badge you have to set, which is obnoxious. I think these are Zinogre Greaves, Marths. Yeah, these are Zinogre Greaves X. They're kind of weird looking, but I think it kind of goes with the Charge Blade. I don't know. It is really funny that I was talking about how this game doesn't waste your time, and now we're just sitting here. What does his Nemesis have to say? He's going to tell us about the final, we've already finished like the final ancient text, but I'm saving that for when we come back and start playing this game again, like full time. There will be another whole like leg of the stream where we play through 4U's like end game, and that'll be part of it. So we're saving that dialogue for then. I read most of the dialogue in this game. It's pretty good. The stakes are really high on this quest, man. The chaotic gore does so much damage, and it's not just like, oh no, I triple. It's like if he kills you. You get to do this. Just went to the tower map to chase for Mobra for Monster Bone Plus. Garuga armor complete. Nice. Now to upgrade your hammer with 4 of them. That's sick. It sounds like you're having a hell of a time with Freeman Night Gog. It makes me want to play it. Funny you mentioned this, Rist. I've seen a bunch of long-time creators and short-time creators go back to some of these older games and realize how much work it is to make a set. It's a lot. There's no chaotic gore event. No. There's a village one, a hub normal one, and a hub statted up one. We're doing the hub statted up one. There we go. We got it. Finally. Solid 10 minutes of cycling quests. It means I get to have some nice conversations with y'all at least. For them, it started to feel like a negative. I've also heard people express that the reduced weapon mats are actually really nice for trying new stuff. I mean, that's valid. I think for me, I don't necessarily feel like I guess I feel like you should have to try and make sure you're focusing on doing certain things to monster parts in order to get the materials you need, but I don't know that there should be so many rares, or that they should be so rare. It's like a fine balance to hit. I like the complexity of building old sets. I don't necessarily think that I think that if you'd taken the complexity of the old system and added some of the in-game resources that are in current gen, you'd have a really nice balance. I think as it stands, it's a little bit too simplistic. Hey, fish. Okay. All right, let's play carefully so we don't have to cycle quests again. Yeah, I don't blame people for coming back to the old games and, like, I don't know, being a little bit turned off for how long it takes to get certain things to happen, either grinding up weapons or grinding up armor. It's clearly like a balance where, I mean, you go all the way back and you get to Freedom 1, where you have like 8 upgrades to get green sharpness on a hammer. And that's like messed up. I don't like that. So there's gotta be a balance, right? Of like how long it takes for you to do certain things. And in some cases you have a lot of agency and it's like easy to kind of make sure you get all your parts. And in other cases it's like RNG and it's just really not fun. Oof. Trying to turn around there. Oh, they track. Darn, man. I should have thought about that. That's too bad. I was trying to get close so I could get a trip. What song was that with the singing lady? Here, Gog, I got you. Oh, yeah, we're listening to a playlist, but I think this is the song that this is the song we were just listening to prior. Okay, that's too bad. I was trying to play safer there, but should have blocked. Yeah, I don't think that I don't think I would say anything past second gen is particularly clunky. They're definitely like, I think there's some nuance to each of the generations in terms of their controls. There's like some pain points in each of them, like around turning or blocking or dodging, where like you kind of have to spend some time really getting used to each generation's like controls. But once you do, I think they're all pretty precise. And I think when you're switching between different generations, or if you've gotten used to a new one and you've come back to an older one, it definitely feels pretty weird at first. Wow, just straight off the bat, huh? That was unintentional, believe it or not. I was gonna go for an AED and I put it in too early, and then he transitioned out of his down, and I thought I was gonna get hit, but instead that happened. Ooh, that was fast. Right, it's got the tremors. That's pretty frustrating. I really don't like that he's allowed to do that. PS2 Monster is the only one that's truly monk-ass. Those controls are kind of weird, yeah. I still like them. I think it's cool trying those controls out, the analog stick controls. Yeah, there must be something specific about 4U's controls that kind of bothers you a bit less. Interesting. I don't personally pick up a big difference in control between 3U and 4U, personally. GU definitely controls differently, partially just due to the controller. Yeah, that might be if you're playing 3U on the Wii U or on emulator, and you were playing GU on Switch, but you were playing 4U on the 3DS, that might be why. Definitely takes some time to get used to the frickin' slide pad and the analog nub. Oh, hey. Ah! This is Wings of Woe? Yeah, this is Wings of Woe. Mello didn't request specifically this chaotic gore, but like to me, this is the canonical chaotic gore. This is the one I always do. Didn't know it cycled? It does, yeah. Could you like not do that? Any of y'all try emulating GU on PC? I haven't, but I've seen folks have pretty good results with it. Both, I guess I have seen more footage of people emulating Double Cross on the 3DS than emulating GU for the Switch on PC. I don't really know much about Switch emulation. I know it's doable, but I don't know much about it. You've emulated GU on PC with a 60 frames per second patch. It works really good. Yeah, I've heard that from folks. Definitely something to look into. Shoot. What's he gonna do? I hate that move so much. I think there's a way to space for that move where you could probably go off an AED or an SAED while he's doing that. It's slow, that one, and it doesn't go out that far from him. I'm not confident enough to do it, but I think you could. Whoops. That hit somewhere. Whew. God, Charge Blade's so freaking fun in this game. I'm not sure Noxed. Aww. That one's a little different. He has two different versions of that move where he flies at you. One of them he comes straight at you. One of them he's intending to turn around and come back the other way. All right, which direction is he going? He's going that way. Okay, that's off to Area 5. Yep, Bedge. I wanted to heal in the area if he was going to stay in there. I don't know. There's like this weird sense to me of like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm fine going to the Bedge if it's like if he's going super aggro on us. It's just like, I'm running away. This is too much. But like if we're toe to toe with him, I don't like going and running to the bed. If we're toe to toe with him, I like staying in there and healing if I can. Man, they give you hella supplies too. They know this is screwed. Also think he emulated 4U, but 4U is still pretty buggy. I'm glad GU works better. Don't want to do laundry tomorrow. I have some chores I have to do tomorrow too. That was a fast leave. He's probably hungry. I don't know how to block these properly. Oh god, why are we in axe mode? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Oh well, that's one way to clear those out. Oh. No! the biggest of wind-ups. Just one shot too. What a way to go. The biggest wind-up. I should have just chilled. I was focusing in like so hard there. Not that it helped me, but I was focusing in so hard there that when we died and I just started talking to you guys, that felt like the music got louder again. Let's try again. What a good quest. Please just have it. Need to update all of my clips links. It still loads, doesn't it? I don't think there's... Oh no, it doesn't, does it? Weird. Yeah, I need to go through and I need to update all of the chat commands that have lip clinks or clip links. We'll do that. Rage Slash doesn't protect you from pins. In Rise, I don't know. Sick, we still have it. I'm having fun doing it, Mello, or trying it. You were definitely getting into the groove there for a minute, up until the biggest whiff guard point. Yeah, it's okay. What a freaking bop this is. Be more aggressive on head turns, but that's just you. I just don't feel super confident. He does so much damage. I know I get really over aggressive and dummy in some parts, and then on other times I'm a little bit too conservative, but yeah, I don't feel super confident. I'll try fish. I want to try and land more axe mode damage. I know that sounds weird, but especially because you can't guard point out of axe mode. But I want to try and get, like, when I can tell he's stuck in a big move for a bit, jumping in and doing an unsheath into axe or a transform into axe, and then either like one or two file, like maybe just one file attack, and then going back to sword real quick. Seems like it would be pretty high value for getting trips. What are the skills on this set? Guard +2, sharpness +1, artillery novice, razor sharp. We 8 for bombardier. Your opinion, what Monster Hunter game is the best endgame? I haven't really experienced that many endgames. I don't really care too much about endgames. Like, I'm not somebody, at least thus far, who's like stuck with one game and played it for a prolonged amount of time. I'm somebody who kind of like gets through the game and does some challenges and then moves on. I'm not somebody who sits there and grinds on the end game for a long time. So I don't know. But I haven't done guild quests in this game. I never really ground that much in the guiding lands, like a little bit, but not that much. I haven't done the deviant grind in GU, and I haven't ground for charms in that game. I didn't stick around on Rise super long. I don't know. Never spent 1,000 hours. I've spent 1,000 hours on this game, but it was getting to this point. Like I still haven't done any guild quests, and I'm at 1,200 hours. My grind is like collecting weapons, not like the end game grind or whatever. That's the move that killed us last time. So for me, I think like the fun of a Monster Hunter game and like the grind of oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. That works. The grind of a Monster Hunter game is usually going through slowly and learning a lot and then doing some challenges towards the end. But like I always take longer going through than I actually spend at the end of the game, which I feel like is kind of opposite from some folks, I guess, right? I could probably go for an SAD there, maybe. Not even, I don't know. So like I see these openings, I'm never I don't feel confident in taking them because he just does so much damage. Whoop. I hate that. I hate that he's allowed to do that. Oh, man. Like, none of my gripes with the Gormagala skeleton are enough to, like, actually take away from the fact that, like, all of their fights are really fun. But, man, did they put some just ridiculous, stupid stuff in with this. In with this skeleton, didn't they? What even was that? It was an instant charge. He has instant charges both in and out of, like when he has forearm mode, he has an instant charge, which is like, it's a little bit more telegraphed, but it's like twice as wide, so who cares? And then there's that as well, where it's an instant charge, where if you're underneath him, you just kind of get bopped. The one where he doesn't have four arms, I think isn't as bad because you can kind of roll out of the way, but the one with four arms really bothers me. Is that 100 beans split amongst? No, it's 100 beans given to everybody. And Fish, as to why I'm being a little bit more hesitant, it's because I have other stuff I want to also do tonight, and this quest cycles out, so like I can't just willy-nilly reset it over and over because I have to sit there giving mega potions to the guild lady if I triple too many times. So there's a couple things that are keeping me from wanting to be just as experimental as I could be. I don't even have to say anything about that one. Did you guys see that nice, big, obvious ledge there that I jumped off? Trying to roll away? And like, okay, maybe I do have to say some stuff. Maybe it's not just like, it's not even just that there was a ledge there, it's that that fucking ledge works however the hell it wants to. Sometimes you roll off that ledge and it's like, nah, you don't get the jump. And sometimes there's like nothing there and you roll and you just pop up in the air. It's ridiculous. It works so badly. That area is such a dumpster fire. Like, I'm not that bad. I'm not actually that upset because, like, it's whatever. We get to keep learning. It's just like, oh my god, what a ridiculous. Maybe dung bomb him out. I think he doesn't listen to dung bombs. I can't remember, but I think he might not. Risk curses a lot more since he changed his name to Rambles. It's Elden Ring's fault. Hi, Megala Mantle. Oh, I should probably heal, huh? Uh-oh. Don't mind I'm eating a steak, Gore. Thank you. Nope. What happened in Elden Ring? It was a tough game, and I swore a little bit more than usual. Not proud of it. Well, guess we're doing this without much health. Shoot. Well, this is a poor situation, isn't it? At least you gave it a chance, though, and you enjoyed most of it. It's true. I don't regret streaming it for 1 minute. Like, that's honestly one of the freshest experiences I've had with games in a long time. I do not regret a single part of it. I regret some of their design decisions occasionally, but I really enjoyed playing through that game. Did I beat her? I did, yeah. I didn't even mean to save there. I meant to do an AED and then turn it a bit, but I didn't do either. Some of the off-angle aiming for Charge Blade can get a little rough in this game. It took 24 hours of attempts last. Yeah, I said that if I could go back in time and tell myself not to waste the time fighting Millennia, I would, because it genuinely made me enjoy the rest of the game less, I think. But I know I would never listen to myself either. I'm too stubborn. Aw, I'm jealous, Haru. I missed the snow. Just guard. Okay. Shoot. Off. Would I say she is the hardest boss I've ever fought in a video game, or is she more unfair? She was unfair. Most of her moveset took me like probably about 4 or 5, like between 4 and like 10 hours to learn, and then the other 14 hours was just one RNG bullshit move. Most of the fight's hard. It's a good tough boss outside of one particular design decision that makes the whole fight a big giant RNG roll. And like there are ways you can cut down on the BS of that roll, but it's pretty bad. The rest of her fight's fine. It really is just like one mechanic, one move that's really poorly designed. Yeah, the waterfowl move. And I don't know if she was the hardest boss I've ever done in a video game. That's probably up there for some of the, like, there are some multi-monster quests in this game that have taken me probably close, not necessarily in this game, but in this series I've probably spent close to 24 hours of attempts on certain multi-monster quests. Stuff like Sinister Astronomy or King and Queen Slayer. But that's up there as far as like attempts on a specific thing in a game. I think what happened after that in the game for me was like after I saw just how badly they could screw up certain design decisions, I was maybe a little bit I was a little bit more game to pick stuff out that I didn't like out of the last bit of the game. I also think the last bit of the game is like not quite as well designed as the opening stuff as in general, the opening and mid-game stuff. But I felt like doing her kind of right before I did the last like quarter of the game definitely made me a little bit more like pissy about it. Would you like to come fight? No? What level were I? I was pretty high level. I think I was up at like 140, 135, something like that. Plesioth is the ultimate threat because of Plesioth month. Maybe so. Would you like to, like, fight? Thank you. Nope, too early, and I pressed the wrong button combo. Is Plesioth month a real thing, or was it just something you ended up doing 1 month for some reason over 1 year? It was, so it is not like a recurring thing. It's not like 1 month of the year is Plesioth month. It was like, when I first started streaming on Twitch, I streamed Monster Hunter Freemi Night, and it was my first time going through a game's G rank. It was also my first time learning how to play all the weapons, and I decided that how I was going to do this was I was going to solo every G rank monster with every weapon in order before moving on to the next monster. So like fighting Plesioth 11 times. And Plesioth was one of those hunts where like we ran out of fish to fish him out. We weren't necessarily good enough with all the weapons yet to really deal consistent damage to him and keep him from swimming too often. And it was just a mess. And it genuinely did take like several weeks of only hunting Plesioth. Thank God it's not like a recurring thing, like, oh shit, here comes Plesioth months, look out. I might try it again. It was before I played Elden Ring Uchi. I'm gonna try Bloodborne again someday. I fully intend to play, like, Bloodborne and Sekiro and Dark Souls 3. I think if they're anything like Elden Ring, which it sounds like they are, I'll probably like them in terms of combat design. Dude, he really just did 2 of his largest moves into one another. That's insane. There was nothing I could do there. There was like nothing I could do there. That attempt wasn't so good. We'll keep trying. I like this quest. I'm having a nice time tonight. It's one of those nights where, like, even if we don't actually, I mean, I hope we clear a quest, but even if we don't end up clearing any quests tonight, I'm just enjoying hanging out and playing some MH, talking with y'all. Hi, Brian. Welcome. You can talk about other Souls game bosses, Fish. I will never remember what you're talking about. Ever. You got stabbed for the 3rd time today? I'm hoping you're talking about a vaccine, Brian, and not somebody stabbing you. All right, hang on here. I'm gonna go ahead and cue up some other music here. Should we try listening to Black Loot? I don't listen to Black Loot very often. Yeah, it's crazy it's been that long, Ken. We're getting closer and closer to 4 years now on Twitch. Well, good, Brian. Congrats to you. Anyone know what Vibrant Hide is from? I think it's from Kongalala. Yeah, Vibrant Pelt is from Kongolala. From his head. Where's this cover been? We don't listen to this very often. Black Loot is like a more rocky metal cover album from Capcom. It's not my favorite. I only pull it out for specific moods. It makes me think of early Monster Hunter YouTube. Early Monster Hunter YouTube was like a bunch of like poorly recorded PSP footage with this stuff layered on top, or like this style of music layered on top. Speed kills. Everyone wearing like the white Fatalis armor. Yeah, I don't think that feature will stay, Uchi. Not at least how it's currently implemented. Did Elden Ring even have a swarm boss like Deacon's? I don't really think so. No, nothing quite like it. Yeah, Renala Phase 1 is the closest, but that's really like you only have to kill 3 of them. It gets pretty straightforward to one cycle that. They're not very oppressive, is I guess what I should say. You don't have to treat most of them like actual enemies. It's more like you're avoiding the falling ceiling and projectiles from Renala herself. Deacon's isn't hard either. Gotcha. I don't know much about it except that it's a swarm boss, so. All right, we get to try again. I'm gonna try my best to focus in on this attempt. I know that I should do that every attempt, but sometimes I get kind of wrapped up in our conversation, and so I don't necessarily focus in on what I'm doing. I'm gonna try and focus in this time. Have fun with Ryu, Ken. I hope you have a restful night of sleep and a restful day tomorrow, even with the chores. And I hope your Sunday goes well. I didn't restock. Yikes. I think if I abandon the quest, it should still be there, but they give us a bunch of supplies. Outside of the max potions, we should be fine. Whoops. The floor shaking there scared me.
Neat.
He's just fishing for this move. What a jerk. Oops. Can you call me Phil? Mm-mm. Nope. That's not my name. Hi, Precious Stones. How long ago was it when you did Charge Wave versus Chaotic Gore? Quite a while ago now. Nope. I prefer to be called Wrist or Ristretto or Mike. Sorry, Nox. Why am I doing this? I guess because we need purple back. Worked out. What about Michelle? Nope. That's my hunter's name. Definitely not Risty. You can call me Risty if you must. Whew, this attempt is terrifying. The chat distractions are real. How about Rambles? I'd prefer not to be called Rambles, just like I didn't particularly want to be called Chronicles, but you do you. Hi, John. You recommend against allowing people to call me Wrist. Thank you, Precious Stones, for the heads up. I appreciate it. Whoops. I'm just gonna guard that. That's stamina though, let's be careful. Big slam? Nope. Gonna go back to your report now that you've derailed chat. Chat was never on rails. Chat has rails. There are definite chat rails, but they're hard to see. Thanks, Mello. It feels good to be getting into the Charge Blade groove. I will say, I'm neutral guarding a lot more often than I usually do with Charge Blade. Usually I'm a bit silly about guard points. I'll try and guard point stuff just for the heck of it. So I'm like trying to be like responsible. Vaguely. I like you just how you are, Nox. He's just fishing for that frickin' reposition to the tail move. Screw you with this stupid reposition tail stuff. What a garbage move that is. He did it too? I know, he gets in this mode where he's like, I'm just gonna hop on top of you until I eventually get you with my giant ass hitbox. It's so dumb. Whoops. Mad because bad. Ratioed by gore. Yep. We'll be back in a minute. Love this OST. Yeah, like I said, we don't listen to this very often. This is Black Loot. This is an official Capcom cover album. Reserved for special occasions. Oh, hello, Tremors. Huh, we guard pointed it and still got tremored. That's always interesting. Where are you going, buddy? I'm doing R into X some of the time instead of X into R. Feels so bad. This feels really bad. Too bad, man. I'm not even looking at chat right now. Y'all are too distracting. At least some of y'all. Congrats, Gog. You're going through Congolalas fast. I think the move there would have been to not go up the ledge and to roll to the right and try and get away from him. Something like that. Oh. Oh no, you're all good, Mello. You guys never need to feel bad about chatting. It's just like sometimes when I'm up against something tough, I need to focus in. And like sometimes it's like I don't know, I need to have the self-control to focus in and not always get sidetracked by chat. Sure does, Nox. Like I said, pressing the wrong input for the guard point feels real bad. Whoops, I thought he was gonna roar. I didn't realize we were still on our first cart until just then. I like trample damage. I do. This isn't like trample damage. This is like I'm going to jump on top of you and trample you. This isn't like trample damage like I like in second gen, where you just have to like watch out where you're positioning. How's the hunts going? It's going okay, Zanaku. We're up against a really statted up version of Chaotic Gore with Charge Blade right now, and it's pretty tough. Thanks, C4 Dwarf. That's one of my favorite things about the old games, is making mixed sets that I kind of like the look of. Whoops. That damage is so insane. No thank you. I'm good. Yeah, this move. I hate this move. It's like sometimes if you have your weapon out, it's just like impossible to get out of the way or block or be safe around it because of how wide he is. He's just too big. He chungus. Wrong transition. So, for those who haven't played 4U or haven't done a lot of like guard pointing charge blade in 4U, there's two different axe to sword mode inputs. You can do R, like you're holding R like you're guarding, and then you press X and you just go straight to axe mode. And you can be pressing another input, let's say like an attack or something, and then you press R, and then you'll do a guard point. You'll have a longer guard point animation as you transition into axe mode. So if you press R plus R and then X, you get a slightly shorter window and you don't get a guard point. Whereas if you press X and then R right afterwards, then you get the guard point. But you can normal guard into AED. I do know that. But why are you going to do that when you can guard point? Darn, we have to cycle the quest in again. We'll keep trying, we'll get it. Nox isn't banned. You're here. What were you doing? I don't know, you were kind of delusional. You were saying the wrong names. I don't know, I was trying to snap you out of it. Worried about you. Hopefully get the quest back pretty quickly. Don't have to cycle it too many times. Hey, you were calling me all kinds of weird names, Nox. It was weird. Is this really still Blackwood? It is, yeah. This is the 9th song. This is Cute Feline. Never tried Switch Axe in 4U? I like Switch Axe in 4U. It makes it really hard for me to go back to playing Switch Axe in 3rd generation. They add some new options for your combos in sword mode. The double swipe back and forth. It's fun. Have fun, GOG. It's fun. It's at least a little unique. But yeah, I really like 4U Switch X. That attempt was looking good. Those 2 carts back to back was a bummer. Winning combination, tough quest plus cycling. If I had to guess, it's probably like they just don't want you to do it back to back, but like, that's just not how we work. They just want you to try it when you can, and then like, I don't know, go do other things. Take some time, do something else, but like, that's not how I'm gonna do it. Like I said, when 4U Complete comes out in like 15 years, I want that no more cycling quests patch. To me, in my mind, this makes me think of old school Monster Hunter YouTube so much that like I feel like this is an old album, but it has like 3rd gen monster songs in it. This is Brachydios. It's got it's from 3rd gen era. I'm not used to that. In my mind, it's so associated with like old 2nd generation YouTube. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this set. I think this set in particular was one where I kind of had to compromise a bit in terms of the looks. The greaves don't really match the rest of it. The rest of it looks pretty cohesive though. I like how the Yukanlos stuff, or the Yukanlos helmet looks with the Teostra chest. I didn't at first, but it kind of grew on me. I think I have a couple different versions of the Yukanlos plus Teo sets. Hey IRB Goodja, welcome. How's it going? We're doing a tough quest with Chargeblade. Attempting a statted up chaotic ore. How was your stream earlier? I saw you were streaming some early Frontier gameplay. Thank you so much for like 2 years of subs. That's insane. Thanks, IRB Goodja. Went well. Really enjoying Frontier a ton. Good. I'm waiting on the kind of restored servers from Fist.mo, but I'm looking forward to it. Frontier looks really cool. From what I played back in the day, it was fun. Very unique experience. Very creative fight designs for some of the new monsters. Hey, Shaded Knight. Chaos Score Palico armor and GU is probably your favorite look. I don't know if I've ever seen it. For those just joining us, Nox's thing tonight is calling people the wrong names. HR2, which is the end of low rank and has everything from Bizarrios to Elders. Yeah, they compressed the ranks a lot. It was interesting. I think this is just, Uchi, I think what's going on with Nox is he's having a bit of a freak out because there's like 3 or 4 other people who also have Nox in their name who we've met in the last couple months. I think it's gotten to him. Names have kind of lost meaning. Tragic, really. This is called Bearing Berserk Fangs, apparently. This album is always better than I expect it to be. I hope you have fun with your RPG, Nox. Poor Nox. It's either the names or Freemy Knight has gotten to him. Maybe he's contracting the Freemy Knight disease like I am. Like I have. Does weird things to you. For me, it just makes me like an absolute I can only enjoy games like an absolute asshole. For Nox, maybe it's like it's destroyed their ability to remember people's names or something. I don't know. It ruined Valison. Val did not like Freemy Knight, that's true. It's okay, I can't blame them. I don't think, like, that's the thing, is like, I feel like a lot of folks who really enjoy Freemy Knight, like, come on, we can also say, like, yeah, I can get why folks wouldn't be into that particular kind of enjoyment. Right? I don't know. At least that's how I feel about Freemy Knight, is I think it's excellent, but, like, I can also understand why somebody would try it and be like, not for me. I feel like that's an important step of enjoying Freemy Knight. All right, we got the quest. I feel like there's like a step before that where you're like, Freemy Knight is obviously superior and it's the true ideal peak of the series. And like, that's a bit of brain rot that like you need to kind of like massage out a little bit and just go like, yeah, I enjoy this a whole lot, but for other people, maybe that's not the same. All right, and that's the beginning of this playlist again. Or no, this is the end, isn't it? Yeah, this is the end. Okay, we'll listen to this and then we'll switch up the music again. All right, let's get it. Yeah, don't interpret that as me saying the Freemy Knight isn't good. It's good. It's worth experiencing, I think. I think the combat's good. I think it's really a tough experience that like is a unique experience in the series, both for its length and its difficulty and the amount of things there are to do in it. But I can also understand why some people just wouldn't be into the amount of like the specific kind of grind and endurance that you need for that game, or the specific quirks that that game has. Like, I get it. Yeah, I think I'm a bit there as well, Fish. Having some monsters that just are absolutely insane you have to deal with are pretty cool. Like this fight. Oh, I was holding R. Sure, we take those. Yeah. Yep, I don't disagree with you, Hot Pocket. I just think it's also important to acknowledge why that's like not the same thing that other people are looking for. And I'm not calling you out specifically about it. I just think it's an important step of enjoying really anything. Not just old Monster Hunter, but that's what we're talking about right now. Best of luck, GOG. Dude, GOG is sick. I did it again, by the way. That was R plus X. GOG is sick. Oh, that's Daft Punk. No, YouTube, stop that. I saw the random access memories, like, album art pop up in the corner of my eye. We're probably going to die because of that. Oh, well. Frickin' YouTube. All right. Frickin' YouTube. DMCA jump scares. Yeah, dead. Nope, not dead. Sick. Your recommendations are already completely changed. I've been listening to my playlist, Uchi. Sorry. Me too, Noxed. I really like how they look for each of the systems they're on, and I love playing them on their original hardware. Like, that's part of the reason I like playing them on their original hardware, is I really think they look excellent. It's incredible that this guy takes like 3 AEDs to the face to KO. Like, that's absolutely insane. Whoops. Give me that KO. Thank you. Finally. That wasn't aimed amazingly. That's okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, I thought he was gonna run at me. We're good. What's screwed is that explosion there is one of his most damaging moves. That little explosion he just chucked at us. Whoops. I was waiting to see if he was going to do the big slam. He did. Look how long he's allowed to delay this. Holy crap. That's insane. He had enough time. He delayed that long enough where I had time to say like, oh, I was waiting for him to see if he was gonna do that move, and then he still did it. Insane. Whoops, not aimed very well. That's okay. Got the flinch. Dude, this matchup with a status charge blade is so cheesy. Like, you go after this with these... I think maybe the last time we cleared this, we might have done it with the Zamtrio's charge blade, because it's a lot easier to get safe status damage onto the rest of his body than it is to get KO damage safely onto his head. Which Megala do I like the most? This is probably my favorite.
The French champagne is
I have like small issues with all three of their fights, but this is probably my favorite. They're all pretty good. Magnamala theme? Yeah. This is from last year's orchestra concert. Yeah, Shagru is really cool because of his significance to the story, I think. How did that not hit his arm? I was literally stuck. I was mashing B. Was stuck there. All right, we're gonna go ahead and sheath like this. Like this. Thank you, game. So we're gonna sheath like this and heal, because that's gonna be our quickest way to get out of there. Weird. Never know what's gonna happen in 4th gen. You just never know. Please don't do it. Hey, no! We don't have any Farcaster. Why don't we have a Farcaster? I mean, it wouldn't matter anyways, I guess, but God, that's too bad. Why don't we have a Farcaster? So fun. It is pretty fun. At least we get lots of supplies now. Thank you, game. They know this quest is so screwed. Like, look at this. They give you so many Mega Potions, Dust of Lives, Max Pots. Like, they know this quest is nuts. I always like when you can tell that somehow via, like, either the quest description or the name of the quest or something they give you in quest. Like, just whenever you can tell they're like, yeah, this is screwed. I like it. Was trying to use the wire bug. I was not trying to use the wire bug. I was looking for a Farcaster though. Shoot. Somebody's spammy, aren't they? Really? Surprised by that. I was like going off towards the other side of him there. That's okay. Oh shoot. Whew. A little close there. Mountain? We could. We already did once this quest so far. Is this a relic charge blade? This is the Sideus one. This one's craftable via tradable materials. Uh-oh. I thought he was leaving. No carts, but no second KO. Dude, no carts is impressive. Nice job. This is rough. Okay, we blocked both. Nice. That was really terrifying. Gore, would you like to come down? Okay, here he comes. Thank you. crap, that damage. Would you, like, not do that? He's such a jerk. Another question. You've been stocking up on honey, have not made any megas. At one point, will they be necessary? I mean, like, in terms of, will you need megas? Yeah, you'll need megas eventually. Even at the end of the game, the maximum you can get from your farm is 6 honey per quest, though. So, like, you know, it's always a struggle. Oh, we got a tail here. Didn't even realize that. We'll avoid it until you have at least 100. Some people manage to like save up a bunch of honey. I never managed to in Free Night because I'm just not very good at the game. My quests took long enough that I needed a lot of healing even in G rank. So. Oof. Lucky he missed us because I hit the wrong input there, I think. Whoops. That was the right input, though. Hey, Bio. I think this is the first time I've seen him tired. Shoot. Are we in Axe mode? We are. Too early on that. Rough. That was the first time I've ever seen him exhausted in our several attempts, and it lasted like 30 seconds. No, thank you. Almost got me. We did something. No! It still hit him, or at least part of it did. That's funny. That was a scary area. This area is shaped so weirdly, it always freaks me out a little bit. Oh, I shouldn't have spoken so soon. Guess where he's going? He's going over to that cave. Never mind, this area is fine. No, he backed up. Oh no! Ah, that was so scary. Hi, Annie. Yeah. Here, I can pause the game, though. We're in, like, a tiny area against a tough boss. You brought us a cat?
I did.
How's your night? Hi, kitty. Isn't the pause button a nice feature? How's she doing? Oh, she's sleepy. Not like the other night where she was in here yelling at us. Ah, gotcha. You going to bed?
Hello, everybody.
Uchi says hi.
Yeah, I see that.
What a nice cat. So sleepy she is. Hello. Hmm?
Can they hear her?
Can they hear her purring? I don't know. Probably not. The music's kind of loud.
Oh. Bummer.
Good catto. How was the rest of your evening?
Good.
Hi. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna get back to it. You've returned for cat. Hi, Nox. How's your RPG? Hmm?
Say hello. Say goodbye.
She's not looking up there. No, she's not looking up there. Just letting us do whatever she wants. She's sleepy. She doesn't care. If we flipped her upside down right now, she would be upset.
Takes a pet, no problem.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good cat right there.
Yep, it's a good cat right there. Too tired to mind. See you later.
Alright, bye.
Thanks for bringing the cat to visit. Bye, Affogato. I'll see you later, Annie. Play RPG later. I hope when you do, you enjoy it. Where's the other cat? Probably in the other room. We're still up against Chaos Gore. Oh dear. Oh boy. A limp? No way. Get back over here, you jerk. Darn it, I missed. Didn't sound happy when I said that. What, about the limp? I'm surprised. Cap it? Can you even? I'm not going to, but can you even? I forget if you can with Chaos Core. Oh boy. Not worth the paintball. Also, holy crap, I need red shield back, like, stat. Oh my... That's such a bad way to lose, dude. That's such a shit way to lose. Oh, man. Having him land behind you and then run up behind you. Sade betrayed you. I think it did too. I probably shouldn't have done the SAD. It's actually kind of surprising how big of a disadvantage state you put yourself in without red shield. You get it this time? Maybe. I hope so. I like the quest at least. I wouldn't be trying it for like 3 hours if I didn't like it. For goodness sake, why is there... Am I out of Farcasters? What is this? Yeah, what is this? Whoa, we're low on iron ore. That's not good. Oh, I have stones. I should have been using that one. You're good, Mello. You don't need to apologize at all. Like with any of these birthday requests, if I wasn't having fun, after like an hour or two, I'd be like, happy birthday, but we're gonna move on. But like, I'm enjoying this a lot, so I'm not upset about continuing to try it at all. Wow, Farcaster just wasn't part of our item set. That's wild. Now it is. Oh, the game is so cruel. It put us right where we died. I guess no, we died right out here. Never mind. Never mind. That's too bad. This is Stories music, that's why I don't recognize it. I've never fought Abyssal Legaia, Chris Atham Wolf, sorry. The requests are just ones just for monsters and games I've already played through. Three Ultimate's one of the games we're considering playing this year, although right now I have to admit I'm a little more tempted to play through GU. When is your birthday, Atham? You have a request for last year's birthday? Sorry, try again in whenever your birthday is. The reason we have a list right now for birthdays is because we weren't playing Monster Hunter for a few months, and so I wanted to catch up on some birthday requests. Because there were some folks who came by and were like, hey, would you play Monster Hunter for my birthday? And I was like, nope, sorry. Do I have any remarks about this fight? I think it's pretty good. I like his giant move pool that he pulls from. It makes him more fun than Shagru or Gore. That was actually terrifying. He could have tremored us into that explosion if he had been determined enough to. It's your girlfriend's birthday? Happy birthday to your girlfriend. I hope you all got to do something that they wanted to do today. Why is this one so low? This track. Thought I blocked? I did block, and I think it tremored a bit, but then not? I don't know. Why is this one so low? Oh, this map is so freaking cursed, dude. There's a reason they never brought this back. They also play Monster Hunter? That's rad. Sweet, Noxed. There's a reason they never brought this back! I don't know if we've really hit it that much since we even got Red Shield. This has all been off like one hit that it did to us. I was blocking! What? The ledge? I don't even know what happened there, Hot Pocket. I'm genuinely confused. Something with the ledge, maybe? But I have no idea. We were on top of the ledge. It's not like we jumped off of it. I was just holding R. All right, let's get Red Shield back. Guard this. No, we don't need to. We're good. Oh, okay. I didn't read that. Okay. Good to know that you have to, like, really get out of the front of him there. Like, that time it didn't count as a ledge? God, I hate this area so much. It's such a bad area. Oh, man. Let's have a bunch of platforms that just randomly change their properties based on, like, 15 different degrees of elevation that the map can move to. Oh, my God. It's so bad. You're definitely on the ledge. Can't tell what happened. Me neither. It was really weird. Is he chasing us down? No. Check it out. I will in a second. It's okay. This area has been like a total crapshoot this time. If we don't cart and we do a little bit of damage, that's all we really need to do. Cool. Can you poop him out? I haven't tried. I don't know. We dung bombed him for that. I don't think he responds to dung bombs. We dung bombed him for that pin like several minutes ago, and he didn't leave. So I don't think you can. Hi, Xyluval. Blocking, push character back. It started the falling animation. He got hit. I don't think I was like, but the ledge was in front of me. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the clip. Because I'm curious too. Oh no, okay, never, well, okay, so in the game's logic,
Blocking. What?
in the game's logic, I was like, I thought I was standing on top of the ledge looking down, but in the game's logic, I was on top of the ledge and I got pushed off back over it. You know, this ledge that's angled like this in the ground. Which side of the ledge are you on? Who knows? Oh my gosh. What a well-designed area. What a mess. Okay, well, we're out of there. Oh boy, okay, well, we're doing this aid. That was supposed to be an AED, but oh well, you know, sometimes that happens. That was an early tail cut, jeez. What's this one's name? This is Chaotic Gormagala. This creature kind of transforms and sheds and molts into another creature, and this one's kind of halfway through that process. Why is it in the Tiger Quest there are rocks in front of the entrance purely for the cutscene? The village trying to slow it from finding the town? Because screw you? I don't know. Freeman Knight puts rocks up all over the place all the time because screw you. Whoops. If I get to Rise tonight, I might do that next. I haven't done those Crown and Apex in a while, though. That's a fun quest. Let me see. If I finish this, maybe we'll switch and do some Rise. Forgot they performed this. Just block. Shoot. Nope, this is Velkhana. Oh god, why? Why? Oh god, no, wait. No, no, no. Please, no. Okay. I thought he was gonna charge there. I'm going for the bed. We're going to the bed. Oh, yeah. Good night. Are you actually going to bed, Uchi? Good morning. Oh, thank you. Please don't run on top of me. Okay, he ran on top of me, but we managed to get up and reverse guard point. And then he jumped on top of us. Cool. Love it. You get the sick get up, returner, like, you get the sick get up, turn around, reverse over your back guard point, and then you get hopped on. Trample damage? This is not what I'm talking about when I talk about trample damage, Uchi. And you know it. Like, literally, yes, this is trample damage, but this is bad. This is not like trample damage in second gen. There's no monster that jumps directly on top of you and then struts about like that. No. This is like something homing on top of you and trampling you. Struts about, yeah, dude. Whoops. I always feel like a poser listening to this theme because I've like almost never killed a Fatalis. G rank for Emanite and high rank for Ultimate, both in Hub and in Village Uchi, yeah. I've also done Crimson in this game. In high rank, not in G rank. Well, air quotes, finish Uchi, yeah. I wouldn't really count it. He was dead? I guess so. I wouldn't count it. I didn't learn the fight. It did nothing decisive or good. We just wore down his health pool until he finally died. I'm looking forward to a redemption arc on that someday, sort of, in that, like, I want to actually do his fight, but I'm not actually looking forward to it because his fight sucks. That guard point 100% of the time just feels freaking sick. Whoops. I would really like a KO. I would like really like a KO. Damn. Like, holy crap. That's actually insane. We just dumped like 3 AEDs from the Sede's charge blade into his face and no KO. I know that like the KO tolerance goes up, but holy crap, dude, that's insane. That was 3 AEDs onto his face. Or at least 2 of them. At least 2 AEDs right onto his face. With no KO. All right, what are we gonna listen to next? That was the most recent orchestra concert. I think it might be time for some jazz. Whoops. Kalak doesn't like to be stunned. I'm gonna be tempted to pull out the frickin' Zamtrios charge blade after this attempt, to be honest with you. The Tiger Stripe one. Because we would be landing a lot more paras. How'd the writing go? You know, it didn't again. I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy that like both the Thursdays I've not really done it really all that much writing. You and me both, Core. Would you please come here and stop doing that? Stop. Finally a KO, holy crap. Nice section, thanks. We'll see if we can get him. We'll see if we can get him. Know how to end this? With a big ol' Sade to the face? He's going up to the nest right now. See, like, that's the thing. I think I'm gonna go for an AED. I don't think I'm gonna go for a Sade. Last time we went for a Sade because I was like, this will help finish it out. I think we missed the Sade, but like either way, I don't want to be stuck with red. I don't want to be stuck without red shield against him. Believe you'll die. I'm going for AED. I'm not making that mistake like last time. Because depending on what moves he throws out, like we'll get stuck in a lot of stagger and eat a lot of guard damage too. Where's his head? There's his head. You'll bet all your beans on the Sade killing him? Sorry, I'm not taking that chance. Would you like to roar? There it is. The Sade would have killed him. We did it! After many hours of attempts, dude, this is a hard gore. Holy crap. We did it! Happy birthday, Mello. What a good monster this is. Also, what a good time learning this with Charge Blade. Super fun. First try, not even. Not even. Alright, and Nox, y'all said those crowned Apex with any weapon, correct? I should have said, I should have, you're right. I was traumatized from the last quest where we were so close and then we died because couldn't block safely enough. Opportunity lost forever, I'll take it. I'm fine with it. Win's a win. We'll take those. Let's see, is Nox still here? Cool, okay, Nox is here. Correct, all right, sweet. We'll switch to Rise and we'll do that. See what we get here. Chaos Scale, Gorm Regala Shard, Chaos Scale, Chaos Scale. Some charms. Pure Frenzy Crystal. Nice. What's this charm? Water Attack 7. I would think we probably have better ones than that. Now I can do the funky line on your request in the Discord. Yep, I can do the double squiggles. Well, that was fun. Let's try the Apexes. Now for something very different. Okay. Give me just a moment here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the 3DS capture here. That was a good time. Be right back. No worries, Mello. Thanks again for that request. That was really fun. Chaos Gore is a popular birthday request for a good reason. All right, one moment, folks. Think it's about your time to go to bed? That's valid, Uchi. Good stream to you all. Cheers. Good stream to you too, good sir. Thanks for hanging around. It was a good time. I've enjoyed talking with y'all tonight. All right. Thanks for the jazz, Monster Hunter Jazz, but I'm gonna go ahead and fade this out and we're gonna jump on over to the Switch. Y'all should have audio for that. Looks like it. Yeah. And let's do those Crowned Apex. I'm probably going to do dual blades because that's what I'm comfy with, and I haven't practiced a whole lot of Rise stuff recently. We could try Charge Blade. I don't know if I've ever tried Charge Blade on those Crowned Apex. Tigrex Skull Shell. Don't you love how they abbreviate those items, GOG? Super fun. Checking if the software can be played. That's because the Switch that stays at home is always connected to the internet, so it can be my like secondary Switch, and then I have a Switch Lite that is my primary Switch, and so it doesn't have to check the internet because I take that out where there might not be internet. But yeah, I believe that's the low rank rare, GOG. Do you know where to look this stuff up? I'm not saying because I want you to. I'm making sure. Like, do you know where these sorts of resources are if you need them? Oh man, free support weapons and armor to make the game easier. Cool. I just think it's funny, the presentation's like a little banner ad. Seeing ads in games, even if it's for like stuff in the game, is just silly. You instantly disable those. Oh, is there an option? I'll have to turn it off. This game seems very loud. How's the volume for you guys on this, by the way? GameFAQs is nuts and mostly deleted in many cases. So GameFAQs is actually where you want to go, GOG. You can turn it off? Yeah, I think so. Here, hang on, GOG. I'm gonna get you the... I know that like GameFAQs threads are awful. You don't actually want to read the threads, but GameFAQs guides are actually quite good for Freemium Night. It's like the equivalent of your early Kiriniko. Okay, so the one you're going to be looking for is probably the Monster Carve Guide. These guides are genuinely quite accurate. Capilapis Ryan did a recent one. Like someone who we know wrote a comprehensive guide in the last year or two. Guide and walkthrough by Ryan, and it's got a good sidebar. Let's see. Does it have carves? Oh, it sure does. Dude, Ryan did such a sick job with this. Props to them. Man, I haven't seen them around in a while. I hope they're well. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. So... I don't know if you can even get Skull Shell in... Okay, so... Oh, he even has the carves. He even has the stuff split out for the weird Guild 1 and 2-star stuff. Don't want to fight guided. It's in separate sections. I think there is like an actual walkthrough portion, but you can click through the sidebar and just use it like Kiriniko, GOG. You don't have to read through the walkthrough part. It has like hit zones and it has carves and stuff like that. Still stream sometimes? Yeah, I saw they were streaming Kirby last year. All right, enough of that. Props to them. People make monster fight guides. That's a GameFAQs thing. GameFAQs thing was like a guide like describing how to get through the game if you needed help with it. That's like what GameFAQs used to be for. That's like how people used to write walkthroughs before LPs on YouTube were a thing. Back when it wasn't like sustainable to upload an entire playthrough to YouTube. All right. Did I turn off the ads? I don't think I did. Maybe it's an option out in the menu. That's okay. We'll turn off some other time. Okay. I'm thinking about trying Charge Blade. I've never done Charge Blade on... I've never done Charge Blade on what's it called? On those Crowned Apex. On any Apex monsters, for that matter. So it would be interesting. We probably would not do quite as well as I'll do if I try Dual Blades, but that's okay. Attack boost 4, crit eye 3, crit boost, Wex, stamina thief, speed sharpening, rapid morph. This sounds good. Does it have guard? No. This is a freaking spinning axe 1. 1 point of guard. Does it seriously have no guard on it? I have to make some new sets in this game eventually. All right, attack boost 5, Wex 3, artillery 3, speed sharpening, rapid morph. Get stuff like Shadow of the Colossus because you did use GameFAQs for it, but Monster Hunters, yeah, that was like, so Gen 1 was mainly on an old now defunct forums called MineGuard. Named after the original MH1 online hub. There was a forums named after it. That's like where most people got online and talked about Monster Hunter initially. Then in like the portable Gen 1 games and then Gen 2, it really moved over to GameFAQs, and then sort of for Try. Around Try is where it started shifting over to things like the fandom wiki and Kuroniko and stuff like that. 4th gen's heavily on Reddit, and then 5th gen's kind of all over the place. There's a lot of stuff that's like in Google Sheets that are linked to in somebody's Discord and like nowhere else, and it's a bummer. I wish everybody just put stuff on GameFAQs. I don't know if this is gonna go well, because I don't really have a good Charge Blade set with guard skills. That's our 1 guard. Huh. Well, we can always, I guess let's figure it out. CPP exists. I don't want to use CPP. Let's see here. So right now our armor pieces, this gives us, okay, hang on. Let's strip out, I think we're just going to make a set. We can always get back to this one. This one's already in there as a set. Okay. So this Almudron Helm gives us Rapid Morph 2 with 2/2 slots. Baroth gives us just attack boost and some stuff. We can probably go for a guard chest, can't we? I have a better set like this on PC. Yeah, we can go for a guard chest, can't we? Okay, okay, equipment search, skills, guard. Diablos is good. What arm piece do we have right now? Our arm piece right now gives us attack boost in a 2 slot. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's swap out for the Diablos one. It'll be pretty high value. We doing some more Charge Blade? Yeah. I've done those Crowned Apex with Dual Blades several times over now, so we're gonna go ahead and try it with Charge Blade instead. So now we have attack 4, Wex 3, guard 3, speed sharpening 3, rapid morph 3, crit eye 2, artillery 2, offensive guard 1, carving pro. And I think we're going to be able to... Learned that if you use CPP, you need a lot of guard. If you don't use CPP, you need a lot of guard. Yeah, you do. I guess we'll just eat the hit to artillery. That's okay. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, now what charge blade do we want to use? Do we have the Rajang one? I don't think we do. That sucks. Tigrex would be okay. Can I sort by, like, raw? No. It's been so long since I've played this freaking game. I'm like, how does this work? Can I sort by raw? No, you can't sort by raw. Is this the Street Fight event one? We're actually not doing that right now. We're doing those Crowned Apex. It's Nox's girlfriend's birthday today, and so we're gonna try that. So we're looking for something with impact file, preferably a 2 slot, and high raw. Oh, that's so cool looking. I think the default choice that everybody would go for would be the Rajang one. That's like we can make that. That's like the impact file one, but you need special sharpness skills and stuff for that. We're not going to do that. We're going to get a different something. The Chameleos one could be hype with the poison. I don't think we can, well, no, we can't make it. Diablos could be okay as well, the Sarah strong arm. We have everything we need for that. The negative affinity sucks, but like, could be okay. How much raw does that get? 240 raw? It's pretty good. This is honestly probably the best one that we can go with, even though it's not really what we're building around. The Magnamala one's a good one. Let me take a look. Yeah, that would be good with Blast. I need a commendation though. Yeah, 200 though, that's not really that good. I think we'll stick with the Narga one. We'll go with this. We'll try our best. Cheers, Zyluval. Rest well. Yeah, this should be interesting. I don't think I've done Charge Blade against any of these 3 monsters. Especially not with the style of Charge Blade we're going to be using right here. Hey, insurance! Don't mind if I do. Now do it with Heavy Bowgun? Nah, I'm good. Could get a commendation from a multi-monster hunt in low rank. Yeah, we might do that. We might do that. See how this goes. I'm definitely going to use the bird. There were a couple times where we cleared this where I think we didn't use the bird, but I'm out of practice, so we're going to go with that. Yeah, let's go Nox and Nox GF. Oh, that's not the guard button. Oh boy. That's a good sign. Charge Blade's too janky in this game. I thought the same thing, but I actually really enjoyed myself. I played through Rise PC primarily using Charge Blade, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. Whoops, too early. The blast charge blade, the Magnamala one, would have been really good for this fight because of the separate blast tolerances on each of them. Okay, enough knockback where I can't go after that follow-up, so we might as well just get out of the way. Oh, I thought so, but I wasn't sure about the roar there. Oh, that sucks. Whoops. That health bar is immense. Ouch. Whoops. That's okay. Well, we're going through these heals. I don't really see a whole lot of like really good AED openings right now. So far, some of the biggest moves, like the big slam, we haven't been able to guard consistently, so we'd have to get out of the way first instead. That's okay though, we'll figure it out. So far, we've missed both of our AEDs. And we died. Okay. I should have blocked instead. At least when you block it, you deal file damage, you don't die. Whoops. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Huh. Oh, right. I kind of vaguely remember that now, that move goes a little wild when it finishes off. I'd forgotten about that. Shoot. Definitely does a lot of damage to us, that's for sure. Ah, darn. So what happened there is with the window for us to transition back to sword mode had already passed from that previous move and had not yet come back at the end of the axe mode cooldown. Or the end of the animation cooldown there. That's too bad. I remember how to play this game. Man, that's too bad. So much damage. Yeah, I think this armor is probably unupgraded. 323. I don't know. That might be upgraded. I can't tell. I can't remember what I did and didn't upgrade across either of my files anymore. When should we get new videos? I have no idea at this point. They like took one day off and now there's been several days in a row where there were new things. I have no idea what this schedule was supposed to be for announcing new things. It makes no sense to me at all. Oh, I don't know what the heck happened there, but we take those. Is this the 3 Apexes quest? It is, yeah. I'm coming back to it after having not played Rise in a while. It's kind of interesting, taking it on. I've also never fought with Charge Blade before, so we're trying some new stuff and failing at it currently. That's not a good sign for how that's going. The fact that, I don't know, I don't feel like we were doing that much damage to Mizutsune there. We'll try it again. Hey, insurance again. Thanks, game. Maybe check if armor is upgraded. If it's not, we wouldn't be upgrading it anyways. It's okay. We'll be all right. I mean, there were some survivability issues there, but I think we have to get better at dealing damage to Mizutsune as well. Man, this area is really pretty. All right. Guard. How many hours you got on this Rise file? Right around 600. Aw, missing that feels bad. Are we talking about HR points? I think they're talking about defense because of this armor set's pretty low on defense right now. Might as well just go naked? That's not true at all. I've tried doing this quest naked. It sucks. I tried doing this quest with like adrenaline with dual blades and it was really rough, I think. We're cabbage? We're not doing that. We're charging our sword instead. I really like this. I don't think this style of play for Charge Blade is better than Savage Axe. Savage Axe is really quite good in this game, but I really enjoy this style of Charge Blade with the charged sword. So we're gonna be sticking with that for right now. Hard time steering that like I was steering it on PC. Vio's done extensive calculations on that fish, yeah. I'm using the bird right now because I don't care, because I haven't played this game in a while, and so I need some help. But when we were doing some of these quests towards the end of the game, we did this quest without bird. It was fun. Good challenge. Whoops, way too early. I should have waited to transform there. Ah, that was just long enough there. So what was happening there is I was pressing guard in the guard point input, but it was just long enough after that attack had come out that we couldn't input the guard point. It's frustrating. Bird. There's a spirit bird here that boosts your attack, or it boosts your defense and your health and your stamina by a pretty wide margin. To max, like, essentially it boosts your levels there to the same as if you were going around the map and collecting everything. Fills up your pedal ace. And Biotech is saying that the monsters in these quests are not scaled up any higher than in the quests where you don't start with bird. A lot of arena quests give you the bird. Whoops. Handled that a bit poorly. That's okay. Whew, that was really scary. Whew. Yeah, the steering on Charge Boy doesn't feel nearly the same as it did on PC. That's interesting. Like on PC, you can steer the AED attacks in a really crazy way. Oh my gosh, come on, game. Go ahead and heal up. Sorry I'm not contributing a whole lot to the scaling and healing conversation going on in chat. Oh shoot, that was supposed to be an AED. The one file Sade. New Rise meta, everybody. Hey, it's dead. Good stuff. That was a lot better than our first attempt. Our first attempt, I don't think we'd done like half as much damage as that, and it was our first attempt. And we tripled, rather. Cool. Whew. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to fight Rathalos. At least you know that one file will hit. Yeah, the first file likely will hit if the Sade itself hits. This map is so cool. All right, buddy, you and me, let's go. I don't remember his moveset like at all right now. Well, he's weak to KOs. There's the steering. Okay, pretty big knockback on that move. Nice. Okay. I don't really remember his moveset at all. That's why I'm I guess I'm thankful that we can focus on his head like that, because I really don't remember what he does. Okay, fireball. Fireball. 3? Yeah, he does 3 aerial fireballs. I guess I remember that. And then he lands. Cool. Whoops. Okay, I forgot about that. He does 2. I don't know how to recognize that at all. Oh, hello. It should really be interesting to see what this thing's like in Master Rank. Because this doesn't seem too bad. I remember him always feeling as like the softest one to me. Oh, right. Oh, okay. He has 2 of those in an X, then what does he do? Something else, right? No. Okay, never mind. I can't remember how he works at all. One, 2? Yeah, okay, got it. I wonder if I can safely guard or block either of those. Probably not. What does he do here? A big nuke? I don't remember what this is. I'm just holding block. I don't know how it works. Whoops. Oh, hello. That was lucky. I lunged towards him and it missed the talons. That hit me from behind. I'm a little nervous about how this is going. Because I really don't remember his moves. Run, yeah, run into instant charge. Okay, but he turns around for the instant charge. I remember now. Okay, I know this one. Boink. You can charge him down and get a good hit on his head there. For us, it worked to charge our sword up, though. Should probably sharpen. Okay. Those aren't so scary. Okay. Let's go. I don't know what you're doing. Okay, it's this again. Yeah, both of those are rough. Okay. Does he land after that? He does, but he goes right into the instant charge, so we can block. I was blocking. Yeah, I remember being so good at this fight. Like, I remember not having any issue with anything Rathalos could do, but I've definitely forgotten how he works. All right, this is that thing again. I'm just gonna hold block. Yeah, this feels bad. There we go. Shoot. His legs are a hit there. Okay. That's too bad. It's always scary when hyper aggro monsters get exhausted because it just means you get like these awkward stilted pauses between still really aggressive moves. Are we talking about repel quests, Gog? Repel quests have like a minimum threshold. So if you push them down eventually to that minimum threshold, even if they get underneath that, they'll always reset to it. Okay, Angie. Okay, the second one seems to really hurt the most. I don't know. Does he land after that? He does. Okay. All right, good night, Mello. Cheers. Again, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday to you. We're running out of healing for the Zinogre. Alright, big nuke. Okay, it's not that big. Got it. Got it. Even in a different area, it's the same quest. Yep. They'll even keep part breaks, which is one way of kind of knowing if you come back to it after a while. It's one way of knowing if you're still fighting one you'd already put some damage onto. I really suck at this guy. Wow. This is humbling. Like I said, this is one that I felt very confident about. Not anymore. Shoot. Looking forward to Apex In. Yeah, I want to get to him too, because I really... Oh, shoot. I really feel bad at this guy. Like, I know there are tells and animations that lead to each of his different fireball options, both on the ground and in the air, but I cannot for the life of me remember them. And I'm not having an easy time of intuiting them again. Hey, Flyboy. We're gonna run out of healing, I think. Yeah, we're definitely gonna run out of healing now. That was supposed to be a Superman dive, but because I was on a slope, I couldn't Superman dive. Cool. No, it's okay, Nox. We'll try it again. If there's somebody who's watching the stream, even a little bit right now, and it's their birthday, I'd like to try and give them something fun to watch. That's basically all I can do. Like I said, I was finding Rathalos really hard to read there, which does feel really bad, but well, we'll relearn to read it. Really like this quest. It's a good one. Rise has a handful of good ones, like really good ones. Slope shouldn't have caused that. I'm just telling you, I think it was because of the stumbling animation that you get when you first start running down a slope. I don't know. That's what it felt like, at least, is I couldn't Superman because of that. I rolled instead. I don't know how else you explain that. All right, let's try it again. Try and get better at Mizutsune. Try and get better at that Rathalos. That's always frustrating too when you dunk on something real hard at first and then all of a sudden stuff just goes wrong. Didn't think there were any slopes on the map. There's definitely a slope on the map. That one over there. See? Whoops. There it is. Whew. Nice, Gog. Whoops. This is rough. No files. I probably should have just gone all in on axe damage there, but that's okay. Let's see if we can get a KO off of this. Nope. I should have tried the guard point there. It would have been fine. With our big axe morph guard point skill. Would have been fine. Oop, got the claw there. That's okay. Okay, I need to remember that doesn't work unless we're really close. Lance Chua, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter tonight. We are trying our best to clear those crowned apex with Charge Blade, despite not having done so before, and not having played Rise in a little while. Hope I'm having a great day. Thanks. It was a busy Friday, but I'm doing well now. It's nice to be playing some Monster Hunter. So that's what it sounds like when all the files hit. Oh, no, that's not good. Catching us out in the middle of that move is terrifying. And that's just how Apex Mizu is. Slam gets so many people. Well, if you're caught in the middle of an like in a big ol' move like we just were, there's not a whole lot you can do for it. Not a whole lot. This move. Oops. No, I need to get closer? No, this is fine. Nope, never mind. I need to get closer. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. I thought I'd already moved out of the way of the homing part of that attack. Nope. That's too bad. This Mizu's not going nearly as smoothly as the one last time. That's a shame. Because the last one last time went pretty well. So weird. All right. It didn't take that much longer than last time, but it wasn't super clean. Having 2 carts already is awful. Playing without numbers, isn't it nice? Hey, a plate. Cool. Alright, let's try and deal with Rathalos better. I was kind of freaking out anytime he was in the air last time. I'm going to try not to let that happen this time around. Alright. Whoops. What? What? You weren't in the air? Excuse me? That's so weird. Okay, so he has a reposition thing. Okay, then he lands and goes into instant charge. Jerk. Okay, I should have just done that away from him, knowing I was going to bounce. I always forget that, like, once you charge, the bounce doesn't go away, because you have to charge the files again. Nice. This should do it. Yep. Okay, so that's like all around his feet. You can't dodge it like that. Doesn't it? We should go ahead and turn off the wire bugs too. I'm not using them. But welcome, Burlesque Barley. Okay, shoot. I went too early on that second guard point. This guy's getting us good. Let's see if he can get us a little less good than last time. 1, 2, bop. Okay, that's not so bad. Alright, what does he do? He lands, okay. He lands and gives a nice big opening. Whoops. Boop. Alright, I want to try guard pointing that second part of that and seeing if that works for us, but I don't think it will. Whoa, I didn't want the back roll. Did not want the back roll. No, sir. Okay, so for a lot of these, you can just walk, you can just strafe in a circle around him and you're fine. Don't want to end up underneath him. Okay. Okay. Nope. No head turns to speak of, just tail whips. I have to eat this. Yeah, that's rough. We really ideally want to dodge that every time. Okay, so he just did the reposition into those two moves. He can do that. Darn. I'll have to try that again. Still got a Rathalos Ruby. We didn't even have any of those in the box. I'll take that. Thanks, game. Stream has indeed been up for 4 hours and 20 minutes. You're correct. Frickin' Rathalos. It's taking me a minute to get used to, like, it's kind of weird coming from another game's Charge Blade and jumping right into this game's Charge Blade and going like, oh, right, none of the things I would try and do to do good damage in this game work in this game. Like, I'd forgotten how little damage AEDs do. Like, I was doing a bunch of AED spam on downs when I should have been doing SAEDs instead. Alright, let's see if we can do any better on Mizutsune this time around. It's so far away, oh my god. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, hey. That's not all I meant to do, but that's fine. Alright, this is a safe opening for an AED. but not for really great for an SAED. There we go. Ouch. Okay. Ah! Man, it does so much damage to us. Crazy. Crazy. Not a good situation. Oh, that was really wild. That was not the direction I wanted that to go in at all. Bummer. It's too bad. Okay, we need to heal and sharpen for a bit. It's only been 5 minutes. I'm going back, Gog. I think if I play Sunbreak at all in the next few months, it's going to be on the Switch. So I'm going back to weird 30 frames per second, not frame-paced well version. That's an SAD. I guess we take those. Right, I think you mentioned about your girlfriend on the Switch. That makes sense. Nice. Nah, it's not gonna hit the head. Too early on that hop. Yeah, it's still impressive to me, Fish, that this game runs as well as it does. It really shouldn't. Like, this is the Switch we're talking about. Like, when World first came out, I don't think I ever thought that we would see a game with this style of models and combat on the Switch for Monster Hunter. I thought we'd see another game in the style of GU. Or I thought it would be like somewhere in the middle, but this is like, I mean, obviously it's not visually as nice, but this isn't like, this is not pared back gameplay-wise at all from World, which is really impressive to me. I thought it was going to be in the middle. Oh, that sucks. And it's portable? Yeah. I mean, I think it sounds cool that the Steam Deck can run this at 60 frames per second. That's really neat. Definitely very, very neat. I think the inputs are handled in a different way than World. I noticed that, Hot Pocket, but it's not like it's eating inputs. I don't know. Okay. Nice. The cart was unfortunate, but that was nice. Whoops. Shoot. Alright, hang on. Load that. Boop. Yeah, I think it's just a different kind of buffer, or the buffer is handled differently in this game. Iframes definitely play a part in that too, where the iframes in this game feel so differently, because some of them have that whole, like, if you hit these 4 frames, your whole roll becomes invulnerable kind of thing. Nice fish. Surprised Rise PC isn't hogging my CPU like World did. Rise PC does run better than World, but this isn't on PC. We're playing on Switch right now. Yeah, Rise PC ran a lot better for me. Alright, don't fly randomly this time. Thanks. Man, even all the way behind his leg, that's actually insane how big those are. Whoop. That was not worth it. Neither was that, really. Neither was that, really. That's okay. Let's get our shield out so we can block this. Block. Okay, not a big deal. too soon. Darn. Huh, he missed us and we still couldn't get that. Boink. Boink. Thank you. Whoops. Shoot. I really handled that opening poorly and I paid for it. Ah. Too bad. I find this guy pretty challenging with Charge Blade right now. With Dual Blades, it felt like I could just dodge out of the way and pepper him with so many multi-hits. It felt really good. This is rough. But at least I'm getting better at handling his moves again. Welcome, Wes. Block that. Block that. Shoot, that was such a waste. No! Oh man, what a waste that was. I went for that and hit it only to get smacked by a giant fireball. Alright, he has 2 of those. He's probably gonna land now. Yeah, so we can get this off. I thought we could get it off, we couldn't. Boink. There we go. Shoot. There we go. That should be a KO? No, I was expecting it. Alright, is he still... Yeah, he's still exhausted. Let's see if we can... There it is. That was supposed to be an AD. No! That wasn't worth it. That went so poorly. No! Please no! Let me live. You're all good, Noxed. Hi, Jack. Have I considered just winning? You know, I haven't. That was too simple. Just winning is too simple for us. Not one of those files hit. I know. I did like an extra sword slash on the punish when I didn't mean to, and it screwed us over. I think some of them would have hit if it hadn't been for that. shoot. He's gonna land. Shoot. It's like a 50-50 if he's going to land with that or if he's going to land with the version where he's is put in place in his stationary. Alright, we need to sharpen. I'm definitely learning his combos again, which is good. Our first attempt against this guy was really rough. Now we're definitely doing better. Alright, let's see what he does this time. This time, okay, same thing. After that combo, he went for the instant charge. He didn't land stationary. This time, yep, same thing. Okay. Whoops. Rough. Wish that hit. Ah, oh, even the wild Charge Blade turning Arise couldn't help us with that one. Oh boy. That was timed really poorly. All I had to do was press R vaguely when it was going to go off, and we would have gotten it with the big switch skill, but I was kind of nervous. So I was going to try and get back to a regular guard instead. Bummer. Getting killed by the big nuke is bad feeling. Oh well. It's becoming daytime, it is, yeah. Oof, wasn't expecting that. Awkward spacing. Sweet. All right, that's the best we've done so far. I have no idea how we'll do against Apex Zin because Zinogre genuinely has pretty terrifying knockback and we don't have maxed out guard. So we'll have to learn on the fly. Yep, we'll have to learn on the fly how well we do. Whew. Did you forget to carve? I don't care. I think I forgot to carve both of them, but that's okay. All right. Okay, that works. Let's just explode. Uh-oh. Hey, we can block that too. That's good to know. Boom. Okay. Okay. Can't do anything out of that. Not surprising. Oh, okay. Ugh. Oh, hey, herbs. Okay. Goes out in a trio there. Shoot, I whiffed totally, and now I'm stunned. And now we're dead. Oh. Brutal. Hi, S-Fox. Hey, we got a plate. He's not easy. I don't know how well he's going to go with Charge Way without maxed guard. I think... I know that like a different set wouldn't really help us out that much, but I'm definitely feeling like I'm struggling against this set not dealing much damage outside of Sades, which like that just feels bad. So I might switch up my weapon. So I don't want to try and make a new set. I think I might run it back with dual blades. Yeah, I figured if we're going to switch off of the weapon that was giving us a hard time and switch to a comfort pick, we might as well switch up the challenge a bit. There's some blast on these duels. I forget if it's dual element, but there's definitely some blast on here, which is going to be helpful against these three, seeing as they have 3 separate blast status tolerances. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, that's not so good. That's too bad. Whoops. I hit the wrong button. There is not a raffle going on. Oh, I wasn't watching my sharpness either. We gotta watch for when protective polish runs out. I really like how dual blades play, even with the silk binds. I'm kind of considering using them, but we weren't using them with charge blade, so it's like, eh. Ugh. He's getting smacked around. Fine. Oh, this is not going better currently. Whoops, that was supposed to be by its head. That's okay. Alright, we dropped out of protective polish, so let's go ahead and let's proc that again here. There we go. Ugh. Dude, freaking exhausted monsters. Should have been careful. I remember that about this quest without the bird. Do you have a V plus 2? Mm-mm. Just iframe that? I'm surprised too. God darn it. We iframed the roar a couple times and I was surprised about it. Damn, dude. This quest is insane. Alright, we're not doing the no bird thing tonight. We're gonna do dual blades, but we're not gonna do wire bugs, and we're gonna use the bird. Yeah, no bird seems like something you do when you're actually in practice with this game. Coming back to this game, having played a lot of GU and some other quests recently, or some other older games recently, does make this feel a little rough. What are those materials? I just have a bunch of stuff on my. I have a bunch of stuff on my wish list. Yep. Feels like avoiding the one-shot kills is not something I'm expecting myself to do tonight, having not played Rise in a long time. All right. Plates and rubies? Yeah, the game is really kind about it. The orbs? Yeah. The game is very kind about it. Nope, too early. Rise duels are so good. All right. No, I didn't want to commit to that. That's too bad. That's too bad. This is the first time it's done that move in like the past hour plus of us doing this quest. So weird. Game God, they don't have to do that quest if they don't want to. You're not allowed to like bully folks into doing quests you want them to do in chat. Ouch. Zoomies. Bumped the microphone there, sorry. Whoops. Whoa, man, we low profiled that. Very lucky. Very lucky there. I was sheathing there when I could have dashed. Bomber. I was trying to Superman dive there too, and I couldn't. So weird. You soloed Hyperus Regios? Nice. Has there ever been a weapon that inflicts bleed on a monster? No. It would probably work like poison. I'm not sure what that would look like for a monster. The difference for the player is that bleed procs when you move and when you attack, so it's a much more scary thing than poison, in my opinion. Where like, it's not just, oh, now my health is ticking down, it's, oh, now my health is ticking down and I can't take defensive action until I clear it. Hey, Sparkle Wolfie, welcome, folks. Welcome in. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. We're trying to solo a tough quest in Rise right now for somebody's birthday. Hello, Animal Spiker. Hello, Arashi Saraika. Oh no! Woo. Hello, Exausia. Hope y'all had a nice stream. How was your stream, Sparkle Wolfie? What were you up to tonight? I'll shout you out here in just a moment. Just did Apex music for the first time today. Carta didn't pass the quest. That's how our evening's going right now. We did do a tough quest in 4 Ultimate after a few hours of trying it. But right now we're carting it up to this quest. This is a quest with a couple Apex monsters in it. It's tough. Go. Oh, nope. That was a little spooky. All right, we're at 10 minutes. This is about where we were killing it with Charge Blade. 10-year-old Sparkle will ban you if you didn't join the raid? Well, welcome. You're safe from banning now, I suppose. Ooh, that was spooky. Well, I hope you guys had a nice stream tonight. Now I can shout you out, Sparkle Wolfie. Give me just a moment here. We've had a pretty fun night tonight. I was saying at the beginning of the night that sometimes when you come back to a Monster Hunter game you haven't played in a little while, it can be kind of frustrating to tackle stuff that you've cleared in the past that's all of a sudden really hard to remember how to play around. We've been experiencing that a little bit in 4 Ultimate and in Rise tonight. But I think I'll probably have a better time with Apex Rathalos with dual blades than I was having with Charge Blade, so we'll see how this goes. Apex Rathalos is really giving me a hard time. It's a struggle after a break? Agreed. The music's a bop. Yeah, this song, this quest has some good music in the Infernal Springs. This map is so cool. I'm so glad they put it in. I didn't expect them to have kind of a big challenge map like this. All right. That's weird. That happened last time too. We attacked him and he jumped back up into the air for his roar in a weird way. That's okay. Not as important when we don't have frickin' Charge Blade AEDs to try and land on him. Gives off tower vibes a little bit, yeah. I appreciate it for that. Do we have a... No, we don't have a thing over here. Alright, he has 1, 2, 3... Wow, that one's big. I'm really surprised by that move. One. Just one. Interesting. He usually has 2 of those. We might have been outside of his max range or something. Man, I don't know how you deal with that move with dual blades. With charge blade, we can at least block it. Dang. I don't remember that move that much. We might have been using wire bugs the last time we did this class. We might have just dodged through it with our wire bug instead. Oh well, find out, I guess. Whoops. Aimed that a little badly. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is going better than charge blade, I think. Whoops. I don't think we got hit by that once last time with Charge Blade. The dynamic camera for stuff like this is pretty cool. Okay, he's probably gonna land and do an instant charge, I think? Yeah. There he goes, so we can go ahead and sharpen. Uh-oh. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. I really like Rise Dual Blades a lot. Whew. Ouch. Ooh, we're getting down to it in terms of healing. Man, I miss dunks. Every once in a while you still get a dunk, but it's really rare. I didn't actually mean to activate that little decoy thing, but oh well. Whoops, a little off base there. Oh no. Oh, it's actually not too bad if you dodge out and away, back away from him there. Whoops, I walked right into that. I just thought we were about to fall off the map. I was like, oh no! That's not a thing. Imagine falling off. It's what it looked like it was about to happen. I got a little spooked. Got him. All right. That's that. I know exactly the spot you're talking about, Fish Kebab. All right, well, let's see if we can handle Zinogre. We didn't get very far against him with Charge Blade. The best part about that tree spirit is that it's required that you kill it to complete a certain quest. Really? That little spot is just the worst spot to fight one of those things. Oh, it's late. It's like 3 in the morning. Well, here's hoping we clear it this attempt. Gosh, he looks so freaking cool in this game. I don't remember this move. Is that the move? Okay, I guess that's the move. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We gotta be so careful about committing to that 6-volt strike, whatever it's called. Too early on that dodge. Woo! Cheers, Sparkle Wolfie. Enjoy your food, and thanks again for the raid. It was really kind of you. If you're working on Apex Mizu, you're already a good chunk of the way there, Sparkle Wolfie. You'll get it. Only just broke the cap today. Well, have fun learning. They're pretty cool fights. They've got some unique mechanics, and they've got some scary stuff to look out for. But I hope you have fun with it. All right. Good night, Gog. Cheers. Whoa, the freaking slide, dude. I hate you, slide. Struggle to remember the switch skills a lot. I'm not using too many switch skills. Sometimes, I don't know, a lot of them are pretty advantageous because they give you extra defense, or they're like, in terms of they give you positioning, or they give you some iframes or a counter, or sometimes they're really important for your damage, but I don't know. I think just slowing down and focusing on what the monsters are doing sometimes can be even better than trying to keep like a bunch of uptime on your switch skills or your silk pines. Yeah, the kind of combinations you'll be able to have are really, like, it's kind of crazy fish. Looking at some of the footage, it's already like, oh wow, that's going to be really input heavy and like just interesting to keep up with, both watching and playing alike. Ugh, that was aimed poorly. That's okay. I'm like waiting for him to pop off and get into like scary mode. Never mind, there we go. He's popping off into scary mode. I think Master Rank movesets go a long way in games that are kind of a little bit too weighted in favor of the player. Hot Pocket. Alright, now we gotta be careful because I don't remember all the things he does. Up. More? Nope, that's it. Ooh, right, it's big around him there. Spooky. Ouch. Oh, no! Ah! Imagine if Portable Third got G-Rank. This game, while it looks a little bit like Portable Third's aesthetic, is really not much like Portable Third. Portable Third is special for a lot of reasons, but the most special ones have nothing to do with how it looks, I think. Huh, there's another bird. I didn't realize the bird would like come back. That's interesting. Still think 5th gen movement. I mean, yeah, if you don't like how 5th gen feels, you're not gonna like mastering 5th gen, sorry. I mean, like, if that's your reasoning, then then you know why you don't like it. It's not a mystery, it's you don't like how modern fluid Monster Hunter feels. You like older, more rigid, precise Monster Hunter. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, it sucks for you, I guess, because they don't make that anymore. Oh my god, game. Please, holy crap, I'm just insta-stunned. Okay, we're good. Up he goes, roll away. Dang, how the hell do I get away from that? I guess I may have to Superman dive it. Why is that a whole body hitbox now? Heard of the clock method? No. I don't know what that is. Boink. Boink. Okay. I'm like looking for an opportunity to sharpen and use protective polish. I don't feel very confident. Oh, I shouldn't feel confident. Whew, that was 100% calculated. I knew he would jump exactly over my head. 100%. Ouch. Yay, we did it! Uh-oh, low battery. That's not a good sign. Sure, we'll be fine. I like this coloration so much. Getting the heck away from that. He did not stay uncharged very often, did he? Or very long, did he? Up, down. Eventually he starts going up and down and then up and down, right? Ooh, okay. Staying down for that. Ugh, he was like on top of us. Bummer. Let's try and get to this Vigor Wasp if we can. Dude, I looked away for a second. That sucks. Only one cart left. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Still up? Yeah, Frenchie, I'm going a little late tonight. Nox requested, or Nox's girlfriend, excuse me, requested those crowned Apex. So we learned Chaotic Gore with Charge Blade earlier. Now we're trying to learn our way through these guys again for the first time in a while. Which is a lot. Oh man. I got kind of used to that demon dance, not gonna lie. Or that demon dash, not gonna lie. Get me out of there. Alright, is this like second supercharge mode? Yeah, I think it is. Up, down, up, yeah, down. Okay, we're getting there. Does he do something special now? I don't trust you. Okay. I thought he was going to do the tail spin. Ouch. Yeah, shush. Don't do that. Alright, here he goes. He's gonna do the thing again. Up. Down. Up. Down. Sharpen. Oh, he does another one. Oh, I forgot about that. What a good monster. Wow. Does he do 2 more? No, okay. Oof. Get out of there. Yeah, no thank you. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that frickin' ration. I knew it. My ration betrayed me. Okay, we're gonna do the up-down thing some more. Alright. Here we go. Up. Down. Up. Down. And we got it. Happy birthday, Nox girlfriend. Nox's girlfriend. I'm glad we managed to finish that. That's a tough quest. That's a good quest. You gotta be like on it. You gotta be really on it with the weapon you're in. We are really lucky with the drops tonight. Now I can sleep well. I wouldn't have slept well if I hadn't finished it. Got like a 6-hour stream out of me tonight. That doesn't usually happen. I hope they had a really nice day today, Nox, or tomorrow, whenever their birthday is. I hope they get to do something that means something to them. It means good. Or something that is... It's late, I can't talk anymore. I hope they get to do something that they enjoy on their birthday. Can I see my camera settings and targeting? Yeah, sure. Boom. That's cool. "42 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, can you see my camera settings? Yep, I'm gonna go to the training area. Whoops. Oh, what did you want to take a look at exactly, Frenchie? Focus camera. If I use it or not? Focus camera is the one that like automatically tracks the monster, right? Yeah, no, I don't use that. I feel like that works for FromSoft games and the bosses are kind of designed around it. I do not feel like Monster Hunter monsters are designed around that. I don't really use target camera or focus camera. I generally just use the stick itself. Okay, well, we did a couple tough quests in Monster Hunter tonight. We cleared Wings of Woe, Chaotic Gore with Charge Blade, and we cleared those Crowned Apex with Dual Blades again. I'd like to clear that quest with more weapons someday in the future. The right stick is going to get some time to get used to. Is that not something you normally do in Monster Hunter? Do you normally just do the tap of the L button or something? Oh, I'm getting tired though. Well, that's still in this game. You can still use that. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. I'm tired. It's not that great, is it not? I guess like I said, I don't really use it that much, but that's too bad. Yep, I just use the right stick. I also have my D-pad set to camera control as well, so that like if I'm busy doing something with my right finger, I can like if I'm carving or if I'm, I don't know, using an item, I can still turn the camera with the D-pad. At some point I got used to that. The L tap is surprisingly unresponsive in Rise compared to older Monster Hunter games. It's weird. That's odd. Just other weapons, Jack and Fish. We'll see. Someday. If it was anyone's first time here, I'm Ristretto. It's nice to meet you. Right now, we're doing a bunch of different challenges for people from chat's birthdays. We missed some birthdays while we were playing through the game Elden Ring, and so we're catching up on a bunch of them. Tonight, we finished a Chaotic Gore in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, and then we did a tough quest here in Rise. We have some more requests for Rise, or sorry, we have some more requests for 4 Ultimate and Free Unite and Rise still on our list, so if you want to watch some more of that, feel free and leave a follow. We do have, like Jack just helpfully linked in the chat, we have a Discord server and a YouTube and a Twitter that you can check out if you want to see when I go live, if you want to talk with other people about Monster Hunter, like if you need a spot to hang out and talk extremely verbosely about the new additions to Sunbreak or what you think the new additions to Sunbreak are going to work like, then you can feel free and jump on into the Discord and hang out in there and chat. It's a nice time. We do post VODs to YouTube, but I'm like way behind. I'm like a month behind on VODs right now, so that's going to eventually get caught up on, but I'm busy right now, getting used to a new job. Someday I'll catch up on VODs. In any case, I'll be back tomorrow night. For tonight, let's go ahead and let's see who else is on streaming Monster Hunter. See who we can give a raid to. Let me see, Fish. Yeah, Sheikah's streaming Monster Hunter Free Unite, and their stream is always a really nice time. Cozy, it's got good vibes, got good commentary about Monster Hunter, so feel free and stick around and check out Sheikah VT's stream. Cheers, Noxed. I hope you all have a good night. Yeah, until tomorrow, or until next time, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you guys are. Happy hunting if you're playing this game, and cheers. I'll see you guys again soon. Bye-bye now.